If you can hear my voice, do not, I repeat, do not open your windows. Do not go outside to check the weather. Do not trust the silence. Stay inside. Seal the cracks under your doors with towels. Tape up the edges of your windows. If you have a basement, get down there now. Bring every blanket, every coat, every scrap of fabric you own. My name is Elias Thorne. I'm broadcasting on this emergency frequency because the main channels are dead. The television stations went to static about an hour ago. The internet is a graveyard. I don't know who is left to listen, but if you are turning that dial and you found me, listen close. I'm going to keep talking as long as the generator holds out, and as long as my fingers can still move. It's 3 p.m. It should be the middle of the afternoon. It should be bright. But I'm looking out the reinforced glass of this booth, and it looks like twilight. The sky isn't gray. It's a color I've never seen before. It's a bruised, sickly purple, like a hematoma spreading across the horizon. And the snow? It's not falling. It's driving. It's coming down in sheets so thick I can't see the building across the street anymore. That building is only 50 feet away. Let me tell you what the thermometer says. I have an external sensor on the roof. I watched it this morning. At 8 a.m., it was 45 degrees Fahrenheit, a normal, crisp autumn morning. By 10 a.m., it was freezing, 0 degrees. 2 hours, 45 degrees lost. That's not weather. That's impossible. That's something breaking. Right now, the sensor is reading -40. I thought the sensor was broken. I really did. I went to the backup analog thermometer I keep mounted outside the window, the old-fashioned kind with the red liquid inside. The liquid is huddled at the very bottom of the bulb. It stopped moving 20 minutes ago because it bottomed out. -40 in 6 hours. The scary part isn't the cold, though. It's the speed. You know how when you open a freezer door, that little puff of white mist comes out? Imagine that, but everywhere. The atmosphere is just quitting. I want to tell you how this started, just in case someone writes this down later, in case we make it through this night. It wasn't the news that tipped me off. The news was useless. They were talking about unprecedented pressure fronts and polar anomalies, just big words for we don't know. No, the first thing I noticed was the birds. I was walking into the station early this morning. The air felt heavy, static, like before a thunderstorm. And suddenly, the sky was full of them. Geese, crows, sparrows, everything. They weren't flying in a V formation. They weren't migrating. They were fleeing. They were smashing into windows, diving into alleyways, terrified. It was like they were running from a fire, but the fire was invisible cold. I saw a pigeon drop out of the air right in front of me, just fell, stone dead. I nudged it with my boot. It was stiff. It had frozen mid-air. That was the moment my stomach dropped. That primal part of your brain, the part that remembers when we lived in caves, it woke up and screamed, "Run!" I ran inside, locked the heavy steel door of the studio, and turned on the scanners. That's when I heard the chatter. Not the public news, but the emergency bands. The police, the fire departments, the utility workers. Usually those channels are a mess of noise, traffic accidents, cats in trees, false alarms. Today, panic. Pure, distilled panic. I heard a frantic voice from a patrol car, maybe near the highway interchange. He was shouting that cars were stopping, not crashing, stopping. The engines were seizing up. The fuel lines were freezing instantly while people were driving 60 miles per hour. He said, "They're just rolling to a halt, dispatch. Everyone is stopping, and nobody is getting out of their cars. Tell them not to get out." Then his radio cut with this sharp cracking sound, like plastic snapping. I think his antenna shattered. I tried to call my sister in Denver. The call connected for a second. She was crying. She said the power went out. She said the windows were making noises. Popping sounds, she said. The glass is screaming, Elias. That was the last thing she said before the line went dead. The glass is screaming. Thermal shock. That's what happens when glass gets too cold too fast. It contracts and shatters. If you have big windows, stay away from them. If they break, that cold air will hit you like a physical punch. It will freeze the moisture in your lungs in seconds. You need to create a room within a room. Go to a closet. Go to a bathroom with no windows. Drag your mattress in there. Build a fort, just like you were when you were a kid. But this isn't a game. The smaller the space, the easier it is to heat with your own body warmth. I have a guest here in the studio with me. Well, not a guest exactly. He's the security guard for the building. His name is Marcus. Marcus is a big guy, tough, used to be in the Marines. He's sitting in the corner right now, wrapped in a wool blanket, staring at the floor. He went out about an hour ago to check the generator on the roof. He was only outside for 3 minutes. He came back in, shaking so hard his teeth sounded like dice in a cup. He told me the metal handle of the roof door burned his hand through his glove. He showed me his glove. The leather had cracked and peeled away. 3 minutes. He said the air up there. He said it felt thick, like breathing syrup. It hurts to breathe. It feels like swallowing glass. Marcus says the city below us is gone. Not destroyed, just erased. The whiteout is so total you can't see the streetlights. You can't see the traffic signals. It's just a wall of white swirling violently. We are on the 10th floor here. We have food in the vending machines. We have the backup generator, which is chugging away. I can feel the vibration of it in the floor. It's the most beautiful feeling in the world right now. As long as that vibration is there, we have heat. If that stops, well, I won't lie to you. We have maybe an hour before this room becomes a freezer. I'm looking at the signal monitors. The other stations are dropping off one by one. The classical music station went silent 10 minutes ago. The pop station is just a looping emergency tone. I think the transmitters are freezing over. The ice is too heavy for the towers. They're snapping. I'm going to keep talking. I need you to know you're not alone. That's the most dangerous thing right now. The feeling that you're the only one left. You aren't. I'm here. Marcus is here. There are people all over this city, all over this country, hiding in basements, huddled under blankets, holding their kids tight. We are all doing the exact same thing. We are waiting. Waiting for what? I don't know. For the sun? For the government? Speaking of the government, I haven't heard a peep from the emergency broadcast system in 40 minutes. The last update was an automated voice. It just listed counties. It listed every single county in the state, and then it said, "Shelter in place, extreme cold event, do not travel." Extreme cold event. That's polite, isn't it? It sounds like a bad ski weekend. This isn't an event. This is a shift. This is the planet changing its mind. I have a theory. I'm no scientist. I'm just a guy with a microphone and a lot of time to read. But I've read about the Atlantic currents, the warm water that comes up from the equator and keeps us from freezing. They said if that current stopped, the temperature would drop. But they said it would take years, decades. Maybe they were wrong. Maybe nature doesn't work on our schedule. Maybe it's like a rubber band. You stretch it and stretch it and stretch it, and it looks fine, until snap. The snap happened this morning. I want to read you a text message I got right before the cell networks collapsed. It's from a listener named Sarah. Sarah, if you can hear this, I hope you're okay. She wrote, "Elias, I'm in the subway station. The train stopped. The lights are flickering. People are screaming because the rats are coming up from the tracks. Hundreds of them. They're running up the stairs to get away from the tunnels. The tunnels must be freezing first. We're huddled on the platform. It's getting so cold. My phone is dying. Tell my mom I love her." The rats knew first, just like the birds. If you are in a subway or a tunnel, you might think you are safe because you're underground. But remember, cold air is heavy. It sinks. It flows down stairwells like water.
If you are underground, you need to block the entrances. Stuff jackets, trash, anything into the cracks of the doors leading up to the street. Do not let that heavy, cold air flow down to you. It will fill the tunnel like a swimming pool of ice. It's getting darker outside. I can barely see the window frame now. The wind is howling. It sounds like a train whistle that won't stop. A high, shrieking note. It's shaking the glass. I'm sitting here praying that the glass holds. It's double-paned, reinforced, meant to withstand high winds. But minus 40? Minus 50? The wood of the desk I'm sitting at is cold to the touch. The heat is on full blast, but the cold is seeping through the walls. It's radiating from the concrete. It's a relentless pressure. I'm going to check the feeds again. Wait, I'm seeing something on the military band. It's encrypted, mostly static, but a voice just broke through. A pilot. It sounds like a pilot. He's shouting, "Mayday! Controls are sluggish. The hydraulics are solidifying. I can't... The wings are icing up. I'm punching out. I'm punching out."
I am back. I am still here. I had to put on my coat. It's a heavy parka I usually leave in the back of the car for emergencies. I never thought I'd be wearing it inside the studio. The zipper was so cold it stung my fingers when I pulled it up. I can see my breath now. Every time I speak, a cloud of white steam hits the microphone. The pop filter, that black foam cover on the mic, is starting to get stiff with frost from my own breath. It's freezing as soon as the air leaves my mouth. Marcus and I managed to find some fuel. We found a stash of isopropyl alcohol in the cleaning closet. It burns clean and it burns hot. We poured some into a metal trash can in the hallway. It's a small fire, a blue flame dancing in the dark, but it's something. Marcus is huddled over it. He looks like a statue. He's staring into the flame like it's the only thing left in the universe. In a way, it is. The window to my left is gone. Not broken, it's just white. The frost didn't form in little patterns like ferns or flowers. It just slammed onto the glass like white paint, a solid sheet. I can't see the street anymore. I can't see the building across the way. We are entombed in here. It feels like we are in a submarine at the bottom of a frozen ocean. I promised you I would tell you what I know. Before the internet died completely, I saw a thread on a forum. It was from a guy who claimed to work at the observatory in Chile, high-altitude place. He said they saw the sun do something. He didn't use big words. He just said the sun blinked. He said for a fraction of a second, the output dropped. Just a hiccup, a burp in the star that keeps us alive. He said the magnetic shield that protects Earth, it buckled. It didn't break, but it bent. And when it bent, the space, the absolute zero of space, leaked in. It poured into the upper atmosphere like water into a sinking ship. That's why the pilots are crashing. They aren't flying through air anymore. They are flying through a vacuum of cold that shouldn't exist this low. It's just a theory. I don't know if it's true, but it feels true, doesn't it? It feels like the door to the outside was left open. I'm looking at the audio levels. There's a weird hum on the line, a low thrumming frequency. I think it's the ground. The ground is freezing so deep, so fast, that the bedrock is shifting. The earth is shivering. Can you feel it? Put your hand on the floor. If you were in a basement, put your hand on the concrete wall. You might feel a vibration. That is the crust of the planet tightening. We just lost the heater. I'm watching the light on the control panel. It just flickered and died. The hum of the ventilation system stopped. The silence rushed back in. The generator is still running the broadcast equipment, thank God for dedicated circuits, but the building's main heating loop just failed. That means the clock is ticking faster now. I have a handheld radio here, a walkie-talkie scanning the local bands. I picked up a voice about 5 minutes ago while the song was playing. It was a woman. She sounded young, maybe 20. She said her name was Chloe. She's in a high-rise apartment on the west side. Chloe, if you are listening, I am sharing your story so others can learn. Chloe said she looked down from her balcony before the windows iced over. She saw people running into the grocery store on 5th Street, but they weren't taking food. They were taking the cardboard boxes the food came in. They were dumping cans of soup on the floor just to get the cardboard. She said, "Elias, they are fighting over trash. They are wrapping themselves in bubble wrap and cardboard." That is smart. Listen to me, that is actually smart. If you don't have blankets, use paper, use newspaper, crumple it up and stuff it inside your shirt, stuff it down your pant legs. Air pockets trap heat. Cardboard is an incredible insulator. If you're in a house with a lot of books, don't just burn them, build with them. Stack them against the drafty cracks. Make a wall of paper. Chloe also said she saw the police cars. They were just sitting there in the middle of the intersection, lights flashing blue and red, but no sirens. She said she saw an officer sitting in the driver's seat. He wasn't moving. The car was running, but he wasn't moving. The exhaust pipe was buried in a snowdrift. Please, check your exhaust pipes. If you are in a car, you must clear the tailpipe every 10 or 15 minutes. If the snow covers it, the carbon monoxide backs up into the cabin. You will fall asleep and you won't wake up. It's a gentle death, but it is death. We need you alive. It's getting harder to type on my keyboard. My fingers are stiff. My knuckles ache. I have to stop every few minutes to blow hot air into my cupped hands. The metal of the microphone stand is painful to touch. It burns cold. I want to talk about the noise outside again. The wind has changed. It's not a whistle anymore. It's a roar. It sounds like a jet engine parked right outside the window. A constant, deep bass rumble. It's the sound of megatons of air moving at high speed. I remember reading about the storms on Jupiter, the Great Red Spot, a storm that lasts for centuries. I wonder if that's what this is, a storm that won't end. Don't think like that, Elias. Focus. Okay, I have a report from a listener who managed to get a signal out on a short-wave band. This is from a trucker named Miller. He's stuck on the I-90 pass. He says he's in his cab with the engine idling. He says he can see the other trucks around him. Miller says the tires are shattering. Think about that. Rubber tires. The cold is making the rubber so brittle that the weight of the trucks is crushing them like glass. He says he heard a pop, looked in his mirror, and his rear tires were just shards of black, jagged rubber on the road. The rims are sitting on the asphalt. He says the fuel in his tank is turning to gel. He's mixing in brake fluid, alcohol, anything he has to keep it liquid. He says there's a family in a sedan next to him. He drilled a hole in the side of his cab and ran a hose from his heater vent to their car window. He's sharing his heat. Miller, you are a hero. If you can hear me, you are a good man. That is what we need. We need to be connected, literally connected. If you are in an apartment building, don't stay in your separate units. Go to the hallway. The hallway has no windows. Gather everyone on the floor. Sit close together. Body heat from 20 people can warm a hallway up to survivable temperatures. Don't be shy. Don't be polite. Knock on your neighbor's door. If they don't answer, try the handle. They might be too cold to move. Drag them out. Pile together like puppies in a box. It's dignity or death, and I choose life. My breath is coming out in heavy clouds now. I feel sleepy. That's bad. That's the first sign of hypothermia, the slowdown, the brain getting fuzzy. I need to stand up. I'm standing up now. I'm going to do some squats while I talk. I know it sounds ridiculous hearing a guy on the radio do exercise, but I need to generate heat. 1, 2, 3. Okay, blood is moving. Let's talk about water. If your pipes haven't burst yet, they will. Fill your bathtub. Fill every pot and pan. Fill the sink. When the pipes freeze, you won't get any more water. And you can't eat snow. Do not eat snow. I know that sounds wrong. Snow is water, right? But eating snow lowers your core temperature drastically. Your body has to spend precious energy melting that ice inside your stomach. It will kill you faster than dehydration.
If you have to drink snow, you must melt it first. Put it in a pot, put it near your body heat, melt it before it touches your lips. I'm looking at the map on the wall, the big map of the city. I used to look at it to check traffic for the morning commute. I'd say, avoid the downtown connector. Traffic is backed up to the bridge. It seems so silly now. Traffic, work, deadlines. I was worried about my tax return yesterday. I was stressed because I hadn't filed my taxes. Who cares? The IRS is probably freezing just like the rest of us. The slate is wiped clean. All our little problems, all our debts, our arguments, the cold took them. Now there is only one problem: heat. There is a loud cracking sound coming from the ceiling. It sounds like someone is walking on the roof with heavy boots. Crack! Boom! That's the roof trusses contracting. The metal beams are shrinking in the cold. I hope the bolts hold. If the roof collapses, well, let's not think about that. I'm gonna try to reach the emergency services band again. I'm turning the dial. Static. Static. More static. Wait, there's a repeating tone on channel 9. It's Morse code. Beep, 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 beep. I know a little Morse code from my Boy Scout days. Let me try to translate. Okay, standard call for help. But there is more. Shelter. Shelter failed. Underground. This signal is coming from the city emergency bunker, the one under the city hall. They are saying the bunker failed. If the bunker failed, if the place designed to survive a nuclear war couldn't handle the cold, then we really are on our own. The bunker probably relied on external air intakes. The ice must have blocked them, or the generators froze. This is a lesson. Do not rely on the big systems. The big systems are fragile. Your house, your room, your blankets, that is your system now. Make it strong. I'm feeling a draft, a cold slice of air cutting across my ankles. I need to find where...
I am back. I am breathing. The red light is on. Marcus is okay. Well, he is alive. I found him leaning too close to the fire. His coat was starting to smoke. The heat had melted the synthetic fabric of his sleeve, but he didn't even feel it. That's what the cold does. It numbs you. It takes away the pain right before it takes away your life. I had to shake him hard. I had to slap his face to wake him up. He looked at me with these glassy, confused eyes, like he didn't know who I was. He asked me if it was summer yet. "Is it summer, Elias?" he asked me. I lied. I told him it was almost there. I told him to drink some water and stand up. We did 10 jumping jacks together in the hallway, next to a trash can fire, while the building groaned around us. You need to watch each other. I cannot stress this enough. If you are with someone, you are their lifeline. Watch their eyes. If they get glossy, if they stop shivering, that is the danger zone. Shivering is good. Shivering means your body is fighting. If the shivering stops but they aren't warm, you have to wake them up, scream at them, pinch them. Do not let them fade out. The studio is changing. There is something happening in the air right here in the room. It's sparkling. Tiny, glittering dust is floating in the air. It looks like magic, but it's not. It's called diamond dust. It's humidity in the air freezing instantly into microscopic ice crystals. It's snowing inside the room. That's how cold it is. The moisture from my own breath is freezing before it hits the floor. I'm looking at the glass of the control booth. It's not just frosted anymore. It's cracking. A spiderweb fracture just appeared in the corner of the main window. It made a sound like a gunshot. Pop. If that window goes, the wind comes in. If the wind comes in, the equipment freezes. If the equipment freezes, I go silent. If I go silent, do not lose hope. It just means the machine failed. It doesn't mean I gave up. It doesn't mean you should give up. You keep going. You keep that fire burning. I managed to catch a signal from a handheld radio, very faint, coming from the north side. It was a paramedic. He was barricaded inside an ambulance. He said he was parked outside the big hospital, St. Jude's. He said the hospital is dark. The backup generators at the hospital were on the roof. They weren't covered. The intake valves iced over in the first hour. He said he saw nurses trying to move patients into the hallways, away from the windows, but there are too many. He said the oxygen tanks are freezing, the valves are snapping off. He was crying. He said we can't help them. We can't even get the doors open to get them out. It's a hard thing to hear. The places we go for safety, hospitals, police stations, shelters, they are just buildings. They are made of concrete and glass and pipes, and physics doesn't care if it's a hospital. Physics only cares about temperature. This is why you stay home. Do not try to go to a public shelter unless you are 100% sure it is operational. You are safer in your bedroom with a pile of blankets than you are in a gymnasium with a broken heater and 500 panicked people. I want to talk about something nobody talks about in the movies: waste. If the pipes freeze, the toilets don't work. It's gross, I know, but we have to be real. You cannot use the bathroom in the house if the water isn't running. It will back up. It will create a health hazard. And right now, with no doctors, an infection is a death sentence. Bag it. Use trash bags, bucket, whatever you have. Put it outside. Immediate freezing will sanitize it in a way. Just get it out of your living space. Keep your area clean. Hygiene is morale. If you feel dirty, you feel defeated. Wash your face with a damp cloth if you can spare the water. Brush your teeth. Feel human. I found a sandwich in my bag. Ham and cheese. I made it this morning. It feels like 1,000 years ago. I tried to take a bite, but the bread was hard as a rock. The ham was like a shard of plastic. I had to put the sandwich inside my shirt against my skin to thaw it out. It took 20 minutes to warm up a sandwich enough to eat. That is our new reality. You have to plan your meals 20 minutes in advance just to thaw them. Don't eat cold food. It sucks the heat right out of your core. Your stomach is a furnace. Don't dump ice into the furnace. I'm looking at the monitors again. There is a weird fluctuation in the static. It's rhythmic, almost like a pulse. It's coming from the ionosphere. I remember a professor I interviewed once, Dr. Aris. He studied the sun. He told me that the sun has cycles. He said that every few thousand years, the sun goes into a minimum, a deep sleep. He said if it happened, the magnetic wind that protects us would drop. He said the upper atmosphere would shrink, it would collapse downward. That's what I think is happening. The sky is falling. Literally. The heavy, cold vacuum of space is pressing down on us, squeezing the air, crushing the heat out of the world. That's why the barometer is going crazy. The pressure is skyrocketing. My ears popped a few minutes ago, like I was in an airplane descending. If your ears hurt, that's why. Swallow hard, yawn, equalize the pressure. We are under the weight of the sky. I have a report from a guy named Frank on the CB radio. Frank is a long-haul trucker, but he's at home in Ohio. He says he has a wood stove. Smart man. He says he's been burning his fence. He went out to get wood, and he saw a deer, a buck, standing in his yard. He said the deer was just standing there, frozen solid, not dead on the ground, standing up, flash frozen mid-step. Frank said it looked like a statue, Elias. It was beautiful, and it was terrifying. It didn't even have time to fall. That is the speed we're dealing with. If the wind hits you, it strips the heat away instantly. It's not like a normal winter day where you get cold gradually. This is a flash freeze. Do not go outside, even if you think you have good gear. Unless you're dressed like an astronaut or an Arctic explorer, do not risk it. You have enough air in your house for days. Don't open the door to check the depth of the snow. Look out a window. If the window is blocked, assume the snow is deep. I'm going to check the generator again. I can hear the engine sputtering, a little cough in the rhythm. It's missing a beat. Chug, chug, clunk, chug. That clunk scares me more than anything. If that generator dies, I have battery backups for the console, but the transmitter on the roof needs high voltage. If the generator dies, my voice dies. If I disappear, do not think I'm dead. Just think I'm working on it. I'm fixing it. I'm fighting. And you keep fighting too. I want you to think about tomorrow morning. I want you to visualize the sun coming up. Even if it's weak, even if it's cold, the sun will rise. The Earth is still spinning, gravity is still working, the laws of the universe haven't broken, just the weather. We just have to outlast the night. I'm going to play a recording I have on the hard drive. It's not music, it's the sound of a rainstorm in summer. I recorded it last July. Thunder, heavy rain on pavement, crickets. Close your eyes. Listen to the rain. Remember what heat feels like. Remember sticky humidity. Remember mosquitoes. I never thought I'd miss mosquitoes, but I'd give anything to slap a mosquito right now. Here is the rain. Stay warm. I'm going to see why the generator is coughing. This is Elias Thorne. Stand by. I am back at the desk. I am back at the microphone. I hope you are still there. I hope the silence didn't scare you. We saved the generator. For now. But it was close. Too close. Marcus and I had to go up to the maintenance level, not the roof. God, no, we can't go to the roof anymore. That would be suicide. We went to the intake room just below the roof. The noise in there. It sounded like the building was being chewed on by a giant animal. The wind was hammering against the metal louvers, trying to punch its way in. The oil in the generator engine was getting too thick. It was turning into molasses. The pump couldn't move it. That's why it was sputtering. We had to thin it out. We didn't have any engine additives, so we used what we had. We poured a bottle of kerosene into the oil reservoir. It's a mechanic's trick. It's risky. It might burn the pistons eventually, but we don't need this engine to last for 10 years. We need it to last for 10 hours. When I took the cap off the oil tank, the metal burned my fingers through my gloves. I felt it instantly, a sharp, stinging pain like a bee sting. The cold is soaking into everything. The steel beams of this building are acting like a bridge, carrying the cold from the outside right into the core of the structure. The walls are radiating cold. You can feel it standing 3 feet away. It feels like standing next to a block of dry ice. Marcus is exhausted. He sat down on the floor of the generator room and I had to drag him up. He wanted to sleep. He said the hum of the engine sounded like a lullaby. That is the siren song of hypothermia. It tells you everything is fine. It tells you to just close your eyes for a second. It lies to you. I walked him back to the hallway, back to our little trash can fire. I made him drink a cup of warm water mixed with a packet of sugar I found in my pocket. Sugar is energy. Energy is heat. If you have candy, chocolate, sugar packets, eat them. Don't save them. Your body is running a marathon right now, just sitting in a chair. You need fuel. I want to tell you what I saw through a crack in the boarded-up window in the hallway. I peeked out, just for a second. The city is gone. I don't mean destroyed. I mean it's invisible. The whiteout is so thick it looks like milk. I couldn't see the ground. I couldn't see the sky. I just saw swirling white chaos. But I saw something else. Blue flashes. Down near the ground in the white mist, I saw bright blue pops of light. Zap! Zap! I think those are power transformers exploding. Or maybe power lines snapping and arcing. The grid is dying hard. It's fighting, but the ice is too heavy. Every time I saw a blue flash, I knew a few thousand more people just lost their heat. If the power goes out in your house, do not panic. You have time. The house holds heat. It's like a battery. It will stay warm for a while. But you have to consolidate. Move everyone into one room, the smallest room. Put a tent up in the living room if you have one. If you don't have a tent, make one. Drapes, sheets, blankets over a table. I'm looking at the chat logs on the computer. They are frozen from an hour ago, but I'm rereading them. There's one from a guy named David in the suburbs. He said, "The trees are exploding." That's a real thing. It's called frost cracking. The sap inside the tree freezes and expands, and the wood just splits open with a sound like a rifle shot. If you hear gunshots outside, it's probably not people fighting. It's the trees dying. Don't go to the window to look. Stay low. I have a map here on the wall, a map of the jet stream. I drew on it earlier with a red marker. Usually, the jet stream is a wavy line that keeps the cold air up north. Today, that line is gone. It just broke. The cold air from the Arctic didn't just leak down, it fell down. It collapsed. We are technically inside the Arctic Circle right now, atmospherically speaking. The North Pole has moved to us. I'm rubbing my hands together. You can probably hear it. Swish, swish. Friction. I'm trying to keep the feeling in my fingertips. Typing is getting hard. I have to look at the keys to make sure I'm hitting the right ones because I can't feel the plastic anymore. I want to share a trick I learned from a homeless man I interviewed years ago. His name was Old Jack. He lived on the streets for 20 years. He told me, "Elias, if you're freezing, put your hands in your armpits. It's the warmest part of the body, or between your legs." It's not dignified, but it works. If your hands are numb, jam them into your armpits. Cross your arms and hold tight. Save your fingers. You need your fingers to open cans. You need your fingers to strike matches. We are entering the deep night now. The sun set hours ago, but it feels like it's been dark for weeks. The psychological weight of the dark is heavy. I feel it pressing on my chest. It's anxiety. It's the fear of the unknown. But listen to my voice. I am real. I am here. The signal is traveling through the air at the speed of light. It is punching through the snow. It is finding you. That means the laws of physics are still working. The world hasn't ended. It's just changing. I'm going to check the frequency scanner. I'm searching for anything. There. Channel 14. It's very scratchy. It sounds like singing. Yes, it's a group of people singing. It sounds like a church choir, or maybe just a family. They're singing Amazing Grace. It's off-key. They sound terrified, but they are singing loud. That is the most beautiful thing I have ever heard. They are fighting the roar of the wind with a melody. If you are alone, sing, hum, talk to yourself, narrate your actions. I am picking up the water bottle. I am taking a drink. It keeps your brain engaged. It stops the drift. The drift is dangerous. The drift is when you start staring at a wall and you lose track of time. You think 5 minutes passed, but it's been an hour, and in that hour, the fire went out. Stay sharp. I'm looking at the thermometer in the studio. It's an old analog dial on the wall. It says it's 40 degrees in here. 40. That's refrigerator temperature. We are sitting inside a refrigerator. I can see my breath clouding up the glass of the booth. I'm going to have to wipe it soon. It's freezing into a thin layer of rime ice on the inside of the window. I remember reading about the station in Antarctica, Vostok Station, the coldest place on Earth. The scientists there wear heated suits. They have triple-paned windows. They're trained for months. We are just regular people. We are teachers and plumbers and accountants. We have jeans and hoodies, and yet we are still here. We are adapting. Humans are stubborn. That is our best quality right now. Be stubborn. Refuse to freeze. I have a note here to mention pets again. If you have a dog and it needs to go to the bathroom, do not let it outside. I repeat, do not let it outside. It will freeze its paws in seconds. Use the garage. Use the bathroom floor and clean it up later. A dog can die in 2 minutes in this wind. And watch your pets for signs of cold. If they curl up tight and won't move, put them in the bed with you. Put them under the covers. They are little heaters. Use them. I'm feeling a vibration in the floor. It's a low rumble. It's not the generator. It's coming from the ground. I think it's a train. A freight train? Moving in this? No, it's not moving. The rumble is stationary. It might be the engines of a train idling on the tracks a few miles away. A big diesel locomotive has a massive engine. Maybe the engineer is keeping it running to stay warm. If you're near the train tracks and you hear an engine, go to it. But be careful.
The metal of the train will be deadly cold. Do not touch it the outside with bare skin. You will stick to it. Your skin will rip off. But inside the cab of a locomotive, that might be the warmest place in the city right now. I'm taking a sip of water. I have to keep the water bottle inside my jacket now. Body heat is the only microwave we have. The water tastes metallic. It tastes like fear. Or maybe that's just the blood in my mouth. My lips are chapped and cracking. I want to talk about the morning. When the sun comes up, it's going to be bright. The snow reflects sunlight. It amplifies it. If the clouds break, it will be blinding. Snow blindness is real. It burns your retinas. If you go out tomorrow, you need sunglasses, or poke 2 tiny holes in a piece of cardboard and look through that. Makeshift goggles. But that's a problem for tomorrow. Tonight, the problem is the dark. I'm going to read a poem. Just a short one. I found it in a book on the shelf here. It's by Robert Frost. Funny name for tonight, right? The woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep, and miles to go before I sleep, and miles to go before I sleep. Promises to keep. You have promises. You promised your kids you'd keep them safe. You promised your mom you'd call. You promised yourself you'd grow old. Keep those promises. The wind just slammed into the building again. The whole structure shuddered. I saw the dust fall from the ceiling tiles. The lights flickered. The grid is fighting.
The jazz is over. The needle is just scratching against the paper label of the record now. Scritch, scritch. I should take it off, but I don't want to move. I don't want to leave this chair. The chair is warm because I'm in it. If I stand up, I lose that heat. It dissipates into the air in seconds. It is getting harder to think. My thoughts feel like they're moving through syrup. I have to concentrate just to form a sentence. If I start slurring my words, don't panic. It just means my jaw is stiff. It's hard to move my mouth. I want to tell you about the noise I just heard. It wasn't the wind. It sounded like a cannon going off inside the earth, a deep, resonant boom that shook the coffee cup right off my desk. It shattered on the floor. That is called a cryoseism, a frostquake. It happens when the groundwater freezes so fast and expands so violently that it splits the rock and soil apart. The earth is literally cracking open under our feet. If you hear those booms, don't run outside. It's not bombs. It's not an attack. It's the ground giving up. I'm looking at the coffee cup shards on the floor. I'm not going to pick them up. It takes too much energy. Energy is currency. Every calorie you burn picking up a piece of trash is a calorie you don't have to keep your heart beating. Leave the mess. Let the house be messy. Survival is messy. I just checked the internal thermometer again. 35 degrees. We lost 5 degrees in the last hour. The walls are losing the battle. The heat from the generator isn't enough to fight the cold pressing in from the outside. It's like trying to heat a warehouse with a candle. I can see the frost line moving up the wall. It's like a tide, a white fuzzy line creeping up from the baseboards. Where the frost touches, the paint is peeling. It's curling up and flaking off. Marcus is awake again, thank God. He's tearing up cardboard boxes from the storage room. He's taping them to the walls. He's making a second skin for the room. He's a smart guy. He knows that layers are everything. Layers. Let's talk about clothes. If you are wearing jeans, take them off. Denim is cotton. Cotton is the enemy. In survival training, they have a saying, cotton kills. Cotton absorbs moisture. It holds your sweat against your skin. And then that wet cotton turns into a sheet of ice. It sucks the heat out of you nearly 300 times faster than dry air. If you have wool, wear wool. If you have fleece, wear fleece. If you have polyester, wear that. If you don't have anything but jeans, put pajama pants underneath them. Create an air gap, or stuff newspaper down your legs like I said before. Do not let tight cotton touch your skin. I have a report from the coast, a weak signal from a boat captain who is grounded near the harbor. He says the ocean is steaming. It's called sea smoke. The water is still relatively warm compared to the air. The air is so cold, maybe -60, maybe -70, that when it touches the water instantly evaporates into fog. He says it looks like the ocean is boiling. He also said the waves are sluggish. He said they look like oil. They're rolling in slow motion because the water is turning into slush, slurry. Imagine that, the Atlantic Ocean turning into a Slurpee. I'm trying to stay lighthearted, but it's hard. I'm scared. I'll be honest with you, I'm terrified. My feet are numb. I can't feel my toes inside my boots. I'm wiggling them constantly, but there is no sensation. That's bad. That means the blood is retreated. My body is pulling all the blood to my core to keep my heart and lungs working. It's sacrificing the extremities. If your toes are numb, do not put them in hot water. Do not hold them directly against a fire. You will burn yourself and you won't even feel it. Warm them slowly. Put them against another person's stomach. Put them in your own armpits if you're flexible enough. Slow heat. Gentle heat. I'm looking at the city camera feed. Most of the cameras are dead, frozen solid. But one, a traffic camera inside a tunnel, is still working. The tunnel is full of cars, bumper to bumper. People tried to hide in there, but I don't see any movement. The exhaust fumes in an enclosed space, with the ends of the tunnel blocked by snowdrifts. I'm going to turn that monitor off. I don't want to see that. We have to focus on the living. If you're listening to me, you are alive. You are winning. Every second you breathe is a victory against the universe. The universe wants us to be 0 degrees. That is the natural state of things. Heat is an act of rebellion. So be a rebel. Stay warm. I found a candy bar in the desk drawer. It was hard as a brick. I had to smash it on the table to break it into pieces. I'm sucking on a piece of chocolate now. It tastes like wax, but the sugar is hitting my bloodstream. I can feel a little spark of alertness. Check your pantry. Do you have peanut butter? Peanut butter is gold. High fat, high calorie. You don't need to cook it. You can eat it with a spoon. A jar of peanut butter can keep you alive for a week. If you have honey, eat that too. Pure energy. Don't drink alcohol. I know it's tempting. I know you want to take the edge off, but alcohol dilates your blood vessels. It makes you feel warm because the warm blood rushes to your skin, but that just means you're losing heat faster. It's a trick. Alcohol will kill you tonight. Drink water, drink juice. Save the whiskey for when the summer comes back. If the summer comes back. Stop it, Elias. It will come back. It has to. I'm going to check the frequency scanner again. There's a voice on the police band. It's not a dispatcher. It sounds like a frantic officer. He's barricaded in a precinct. They're breaking in. Dispatch, we have looters. They're smashing the doors. Looters? In this weather? People are desperate. They're not stealing TVs. Nobody cares about a TV tonight. They're stealing coats. They're stealing propane tanks. They're stealing boots. If you hear someone outside your house, do not open the door. I don't care who it is. Unless you know their voice, unless it's family, keep that door locked. Desperation makes people do terrible things. A freezing man will kill you for your jacket. It's not malice, it's survival instinct. It's the lizard brain taking over. Stay quiet. Turn off your flashlights if you hear people outside. Make the house look empty. I hate saying that. I hate telling you to be afraid of your neighbors, but tonight is not about community. Tonight is about the pack. Protect your pack. The wind is picking up again. It's making a new sound. It's not a roar anymore. It's a scream. A high-pitched, tearing sound. That's the sound of the wind shearing around the corners of the building at over 100 miles an hour. The building is groaning. I can hear the steel skeleton shifting. It sounds like a submarine diving too deep. Creak, bop. I'm looking at the ceiling tiles. They're vibrating. Dust is falling like snow. If the roof goes? No, the roof will hold. It was built in the 80s. They used too much steel back then. It's solid. I need to tell you about sleep again. I'm feeling it. It's a heavy weight on my eyelids. It feels so good to close them. It feels like a warm blanket. But it's a trap. I'm going to stand up. I'm going to pace around the room. I'm tethered to the console by my headset cord. I look like a dog on a leash walking in circles. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. My knees are popping. The fluid in my joints feels thick. I want you to check your carbon monoxide detectors. If you don't have one, you have to be extra careful. The symptoms are headache, dizziness, nausea. If everyone in the room suddenly has a headache, you are being poisoned. Open a window immediately. Just for a minute. Clear the air. Better to be cold for a minute than dead forever. I'm going to read another message from the text logs before the internet died. This one is from a guy named Ben. Ben wrote, "My fish tank froze. I watched the goldfish slow down and stop. They're just suspended in the ice. Do you think they will wake up when it melts?" I don't know, Ben. Some frogs can do that. They freeze solid and thaw out in the spring and hop away. Nature is miraculous. Maybe we're like the frogs. Maybe we just need to freeze and wait. But humans aren't frogs. We're soft. We're weak. We need machines to keep us alive. And right now, the machines are dying. I'm watching the signal strength of my own broadcast. The needle is dipping. The antenna on the roof is probably covered in 6 inches of ice. It's struggling to push the signal out. If the static gets loud, don't adjust your radio. It's me. It's the storm. I'm going to play something loud. Rock and roll. Something with drums. I need the drums to wake me up. I need to feel the beat in my chest. Marcus is taping the last box to the wall. He looks like a mummy wrapped in blankets. He gave me a thumbs up. A slow, shaky thumbs up. We are still here. We are still fighting. Crank up the volume. Let the neighbors hear it. Let the wind hear it. Let's make some noise in the quiet. This is Elias Thorne. Don't let the fire go out. The music stopped. The silence is back. It rushes in like water filling a hole. My ears are ringing from the drums, but underneath the ringing, there's that sound again. The wind. It's relentless. It doesn't breathe. It doesn't take a break. It just pushes. I'm holding the microphone with both hands now, not to steady it, but to warm my hands. The mesh grill of the mic is slightly warmer than the air because of the electronics inside. It's a tiny bit of heat, ghost heat, but I'm clinging to it. The thermometer on the wall, I don't want to look at it, but I have to. It's just above freezing in here, 33 degrees. We are losing the room. The cardboard Marcus put up is helping. I can feel a slight difference near the walls, but the cold is coming from the floor. It's coming from the ceiling. The building is a giant ice cube, and we are just 2 little bugs trapped in the center. I want to talk about the paradox. This is important. Listen to me. This is life or death. There is a thing that happens when you get too cold. It's called paradoxical undressing. Your brain gets confused. The nerves that control your blood vessels break down. Suddenly, instead of feeling freezing cold, you feel hot. You feel like you were brunning up. You feel like you were on a beach in August. So, you take off your clothes. If you look around the room and you see someone taking off their jacket, tackle them. Don't ask them why, just tackle them. Wrap them up. Sit on them if you have to. They are in the final stages of hypothermia. Their brain is lying to them. If they take off their clothes, they die in minutes. If you suddenly feel hot, if you suddenly feel a wave of warmth wash over you and you want to unzip your coat, stop. Scream. Bite your tongue. Do anything to snap out of it. It's a lie. The cold is tricking you into surrendering. I'm looking at Marcus. He's sitting on a pile of acoustic foam panels we ripped off the walls. He's not moving much. He's staring at his boots. I threw a piece of chocolate at him a minute ago. It hit his shoulder. He didn't flinch. He just slowly picked it up and ate it. He's slowing down. We are both slowing down. I have a report here from the shortwave radio. It's from a guy named Victor. He's a security guard at the city zoo. He's trapped in the main office. Victor says the silence in the zoo is the worst part. Usually you hear the lions, the monkeys, the birds. Tonight, it's dead silent. He said he went to check on the tropical house. The glass roof, it couldn't take the weight of the snow and the thermal shock. It shattered. He didn't say anything about the animals. He didn't have to. If you have exotic pets, lizards, birds, keep them on your body. Put the lizard in your shirt. I know it's weird, I know it scratches, but they are cold-blooded. They have no internal heater. You are their heater now. If you leave them in their cage, even with a blanket over it, they will fade away. I'm looking at the signal meter for the station. It's wavering. The needle is bouncing between 80% and 60%. That means ice is building up on the transmitter dish on the tower. The wind is shaking it. If that dish twists just a few degrees, the signal beam will miss the city. I'll be talking to empty air. If my voice gets fuzzy, if I drift into static, don't think I'm gone. Just assume I'm still here, still talking, still fighting. I want to tell you about the bridge, the suspension bridge to the north. I can see a sliver of it on the one working traffic camera. Bridges freeze before roads. You learn that in driving school. But this is different. The cables on the bridge are coated in ice. They look like thick white ropes. The weight must be immense, thousands of tons of extra weight. I can see cars abandoned on the bridge, doors open. People must have tried to walk. Do not walk on bridges. The wind on a bridge is 10 times worse than on the street. There is no shelter. You are exposed on all sides. If you are stuck on a bridge in a car, stay in the car. Do not get out. The car is a metal bubble. It blocks the wind. If you get out on that bridge, the wind chill will freeze your skin in seconds. I'm rubbing my face. My beard feels stiff. There's ice in my beard from my own breath. I have to break it off. It pulls the hair. It hurts. Good. Pain is good. Pain means the nerves are still working. Let's talk about light. If you have candles, be careful. I know I said fire is life, and it is, but a candle is a small flame. It doesn't give off much heat, but it does give off light, and light is hope. Put a candle in a jar. It reflects the light, makes it brighter. It also protects the flame from drafts. If you have mirrors, put the candle in front of the mirror. Double the light. Trick your brain into thinking it's brighter than it is. Depression is a killer tonight. The dark makes you want to give up. Make your own sun. I'm going to check the chat logs again. Maybe something new came through before the last router died. Here's one, from a woman named Elena. My contacts froze to my eyes. Oh God. If you are wearing contact lenses, take them out now, right now. The moisture in the lens can freeze. It can damage your cornea. Put on your glasses. If you don't have glasses, squint. Do not risk your eyes. You need to see to survive. I'm drinking the last of my water. It's slushy. I have to chew it. It hurts my teeth. I can feel the cold slide down my throat and settle in my stomach. It makes me shiver. I'm going to stand up again. I have to pee. This is a problem. The bathroom is down the hall. It's colder in the hall, and the toilet is frozen. The water in the bowl is a solid block of ice. I'm going to use a bottle. I'm sorry if that's too much information, but we have to be practical. Don't hold it in. Your body uses heat to keep that urine warm. If you pee, you save heat. It's physics. Empty the tank. And this is gross, but it's survival. That bottle is now a hot water bottle. Put it in your sleeping bag. Put it at your feet. It's 98 degrees of heat. Don't waste it. Use everything. I'm looking at the window again. The crack I saw earlier has grown. It's creeping across the glass like a snake. Cut, cut, cut. I can hear it. It's a slow, ticking sound. I'm going to put some duct tape over the crack. It won't stop the glass from breaking, but it might hold the pieces together if it shatters. It might stop the wind from blasting into the room all at once. Hold on. I'm grabbing the tape. Okay, I'm back. The tape is on. The glass felt so cold it burned my fingertips. They're throbbing now. That's good. Throbbing is blood. Blood is life. I want to talk to the people in the high-rises, the penthouses. You guys are in the worst spot. Heat rises, yes, but wind speed increases with height. The wind up there is stripping the heat away faster than it can rise, and you are swaying. Go down. Go to the interior stairwells. Go to the middle floors, the sandwich floors. Let the floors above you and below you act as insulation. The lobby is bad. Too much glass, too many doors. The roof is death. The middle is safety. Find a hallway on the 10th floor. That's your sweet spot. I'm feeling a little dizzy. I think I stood up too fast. Or maybe it's the lack of food. I'm going to eat another piece of that candy bar. It's hard to unwrap. My fingers are like sausages. They don't want to grip the wrapper. I'm using my teeth. There. Chocolate. Peanut butter. It tastes like nothing. My taste buds are numb. but I know it's food. I'm thinking about the summer. I'm thinking about a barbecue I went to last July. I was complaining about the heat. It was 90 degrees. I was sweating. I was swatting flies. I was drinking a cold beer and complaining that it was getting warm too fast. What an idiot. I would give anything to be sweating right now. I would give anything to be uncomfortable in the heat. If we make it through this, if the sun comes back, I promise I will never complain about being hot again. I will wear a sweater in July just to celebrate. I'm checking the military bands. Still silent. No, wait, not silent. There is a beacon, a repeating signal. Its coordinates. Latitude, longitude. I'm writing them down. It looks like Florida. The signal is coming from Florida. It's a Navy beacon. If the Navy is signaling from Florida, maybe it's warmer down there. Maybe the freeze didn't hit the South as hard. But Florida is 1,000 miles away. We can't get there. The roads are graveyards. The airports are ice rinks. But it's nice to know there's someone else transmitting. It's nice to know there's a somewhere else. I'm going to play a voice message I saved on the computer. It's from my mom. She sent it a week ago. Just a normal voicemail. Hey Elias, just checking in. Make sure you eat something green today. Love you. Eat something green. I'm looking at the vending machine in the hallway. There's a bag of veggie chips. That's green, right? I'm going to wake Marcus up. He's slumped over too far. His head is on his chest. It looks uncomfortable. It looks like he passed out, not fell asleep. Marcus! Hey! Marcus! I'm shouting at him. He's moving. He's groaning. Okay, he's awake. He's mad at me. Good, be mad. Anger is heat. He's rubbing his arms. He says his hands feel like they are full of needles. That's the blood coming back. It hurts like hell. Keep rubbing, Marcus. Don't stop. We're going to do a drill. I call it the stomp.
The crackling fire recording has stopped. The silence is back, but it feels heavier now. It feels like a physical weight pressing against my eardrums. I tried to imagine the heat, like I told you to. For a second, I almost felt it. I almost smelled the wood smoke. But then the draft hit the back of my neck, and the illusion shattered. We are not by a fire. We are in a box of concrete and steel, and the world outside is trying to turn us into statues. I checked the time on my watch. It took me a minute to focus on the little hands because my vision is getting blurry. It is 5:30 a.m. This is the dead zone. This is the hour of the wolf. It's that time of night when the body naturally wants to shut down. Your metabolism drops. Your heart rate slows. It is the hardest time to stay awake. If you are struggling right now, if your head is nodding, stand up, pinch yourself, bite the inside of your cheek. Do not let the wolf in. I am looking at Marcus. He is awake, but barely. He is staring at the red light on the console like it's a campfire. He's rocking back and forth, a tiny motion. Forward, back, forward, back. That's good. That's movement. That generates a tiny bit of heat. I want to talk about your feet again. I know I mentioned them before, but this is crucial. If your boots are tied tight, loosen them. I know that sounds wrong. You want to seal the heat in, but if your boots are tight, you are cutting off the blood flow to your toes. You need circulation. Warm blood needs to get down there. If your boots are tight, your feet will go numb and then they will freeze. Loosen the laces. Let the blood move. If you have extra socks, put them on, but make sure your toes can wiggle. If your toes can't wiggle, you are wearing too much. There is a new sound outside. It's not the wind. It sounds like gunshots? No, it's too metallic. It's a sharp ping followed by a twang. It's the power lines, the high-tension wires that run above the streets. They are contracting in the cold. The metal is shrinking. They are pulling so tight that they are snapping. When a cable that thick snaps, it whips through the air with incredible force. If you are near a window and you hear that ping, get down. Those cables can slice through siding. They can smash windows. The grid is literally tearing itself apart. The infrastructure we built, the wires, the pipes, the rails, it was all designed for a specific range of temperatures. We built our world for a narrow little window of weather. We got arrogant. We thought the weather would always behave. Now the window is broken, and the world we built is incompatible with the new reality. I'm looking at the glass of the studio window again. The duct tape I put up is holding, but the ice on the outside is thick. It's not clear ice. It's milky. It's rough. It looks like the skin of a shark. It's layering up, inch by inch. Soon we won't be able to see out at all. We will be buried in a tomb of white. I have a thought about the basement people. If you are in a basement, be careful of the radon, be careful of the mold, but also look at your ceiling, look at the pipes running above your head. If those pipes freeze and burst, you are going to get wet, and in this temperature, getting wet is fatal. Move your sleeping area away from the water pipes, identify where the water main comes into the house, and stay away from it. If you hear water rushing, don't try to stop it, just get away, get dry. I found something in my pocket, a lighter. A cheap yellow plastic lighter. I flicked it a few times. It sparked, but it wouldn't light. The fuel inside is too cold. It won't vaporize. I have to warm up the lighter in my hand for 5 minutes just to get a flame. That's how cold it is. The butane won't even turn into gas. If you are trying to start a fire and your lighter won't work, put it under your armpit. Warm it up. Don't throw it away. The machine works. It's just the physics that are broken. I'm going to check the signal scanner. I'm hoping to hear that Navy beacon again, the one from Florida. Nothing. Just static. The static sounds different now. It's not the white noise of an empty channel. It's got a crackle to it. Cosmic noise. Without the atmosphere protecting us, the radio waves from the sun and the stars are smashing into our antennas. We are listening to the sound of the universe, and the universe is loud and angry. Wait, I hear something on the AM band. It's very faint. It's fading in and out like a ghost. It's a voice, speaking Spanish? Yes, rapid Spanish, a man. He sounds panicked. He's shouting Mexico and nieve. Nieve means snow. Snow in Mexico? If it's snowing in Mexico, then this is it. This is the whole ball of wax. The entire hemisphere is under the blanket. There is no running south. There is no escaping to the beach. The beach is gone. This realization, it sits in my stomach like a stone. It means there is no rescue coming from the neighbors. The neighbors are drowning in the same boat. But oddly, it makes me feel calm. If there is nowhere to run, then I don't have to worry about running. I just have to worry about sitting here. My world has shrunk to this room. Your world has shrunk to your house. We don't have to save the world. We just have to save the room. That's a manageable goal. Save the room. I'm going to talk about food rationing. You might be hungry. I'm starving. My stomach is growling so loud I think the microphone might pick it up. But don't eat a huge meal. If you eat a huge meal, your body sends all the blood to your stomach to digest it. That pulls blood away from your fingers and toes. You will feel colder after a big meal. Eat small amounts, a few bites every hour. Keep the furnace fed, but don't choke it. Nibble like a bird. And don't eat protein if you can avoid it. Meat takes a lot of energy to digest. Eat carbs, crackers, bread, chips, candy. Quick burn, fast heat. Save the beef jerky for later. I'm looking at Marcus again. He's holding a picture in his hand. He took it out of his wallet. It's a photo of a little girl. His daughter, probably. He's rubbing his thumb over her face. That's the fuel we need. Not just calories, love. I know it sounds cheesy. I know I sound like a greeting card, but fear kills you. Fear makes you freeze up. Love makes you fight. If you are holding on to someone, you fight for them. If you are alone, fight for the memory of them. Fight so you can see them again. I'm going to share a story from a listener who texted right before the collapse. A woman named Sarah. She was in her car on the highway. Traffic was stopped. She said a truck driver was walking down the line of cars. He wasn't asking for help. He was giving it. He had a crowbar. He was smashing the windows of the empty cars and taking the floor mats. He was giving them to people in the other cars. Put these against the windows, he told them. Rubber insulates.
That trucker was a genius. Car floor mats. They are thick rubber and carpet. If you are in a car or even in a house, use the floor mats. Put them on the floor where you are sitting. Sit on the rubber. It stops the cold from the ground sucking the heat out of your butt. Genius. Simple, ugly genius. That's how we survive. I'm feeling a vibration in the desk. A low hum. Is it the generator? No. The generator has a rhythm. This is constant. It's the wind. The wind is hitting the building so hard that the steel is vibrating like a guitar string, a low bass note that you feel in your teeth. The structural integrity of these towers, they're engineering marvels, but metal gets brittle when it's this cold. It's called the ductile to brittle transition. At a certain temperature, steel doesn't bend anymore. It snaps like glass. I'm praying we aren't at that temperature yet. If the building snaps... Let's not think about that. I'm going to wipe the frost off the microphone again. It's building up fast. My breath is creating a little ice cave around the mic element. I want to talk to the people who are alone, the ones who don't have a Marcus. I am with you. Everyone listening to this is with you. We are a network of lights in the dark. You are not invisible. If you start hearing voices, if you start hearing people calling your name, that's the hypothermia affecting your brain. It's an auditory hallucination. Don't follow the voices. They will lead you outside. They will lead you into the cold. Stay where you are. Trust your eyes, not your ears. Well, trust my voice, but don't trust the voices in the hallway that aren't there. I'm going to check the thermometer. 31 degrees inside the studio. We have crossed the line. It is officially freezing inside the room. My water bottle is solid. If I turn it upside down, nothing moves. I have to keep moving. I'm going to stand up again. My knees hurt. My back hurts. My skin feels tight, like it's 2 sizes too small. I'm going to do the alphabet. I'm going to recite the alphabet backwards. It's harder than it sounds. My brain is sluggish. I had to stop and think about you. Okay. Brain is still working. Mostly. If you are with kids, play games. Word games. I spy with my little eye something... white. Okay, bad example. Everything is white. I spy something... square. Keep their minds working. A working brain burns glucose. Glucose creates heat. Thinking literally warms you up. I'm going to try to find some music. Not jazz this time. Something calm, something steady. I found a classical track. Cello. A solo cello. It's deep and slow. It sounds like the building feels. Sad and strong. I'm going to play this while I try to find something to burn. We're running low on cardboard. I might have to start burning the manuals for the equipment.
It is 6:17 a.m. The glass on the studio door is frosted white from the inside, and my breath hangs in the room like a slow ghost. The thermometer I taped to the window last week has a crack running through the red line where it froze and split. So I brought the old kitchen one from the break room and tied it to a string above the desk. It reads -32 Celsius, -26 Fahrenheit. But that's out on the hallway side where the draft slips under the fire door. Outside it is colder. You can hear it in the way the building pops and settles, like ribs taking a deep breath. My name is Jordan Hale. This is 99.3 on the dial if your radio still shows numbers, and I'm broadcasting from the 3rd floor of a brick box that used to be a furniture warehouse off County Road 17, 2 miles south of town. The tower is coated in rime that looks like wool. The guy wires sing when the wind hits them, and sometimes the signal echoes back at me like I'm talking to my own shadow. If you picked this up by chance, if you're twisting the knob with bare fingers and praying for a voice, I'm here. I'm still here. I'm running on a diesel heater that is coughing like an old man and a stack of car batteries that I rotate like loaves in an oven, and I have coffee made from snow and a paper cup that is soft at the rim. It smells like metal. If you can hear me, give me one click on your mic at the top of the minute. If you can't, just listen and try to keep your hands warm. It's quiet enough out there that you can hear your own heart when you lay down. This is day 99, where the daytime high has not climbed above freezing. The town's weatherboard used to have a cheery sun with sunglasses on hot days and a cloud with a smile on rainy days. No one adds new boards now. The last board reads December 20th, and someone wrote, "Hold fast" in green marker and pinned a shopping list under it. Milk, eggs, salt, fuel. You know how that went. I keep thinking about the first day we knew this wasn't weather you wait out with a movie. It was back in early November when we got the first warning from the regional office. They said, extreme cold event, prolonged, unusual jet stream behavior. And we shrugged. We shrugged because we had seen cold. We had scraped our windshields and stuffed towels at the bottom of doors, and we had seen news anchors say words like Arctic and polar, and we learned to walk like penguins on the ice. But then the wind didn't shift. The sky cleared and stayed clear. The night never let go of the day. Every day the sun was lower and the air felt empty, as if the oxygen had been wrung out of it by cold hands. The first time I knew something was wrong was when I heard the river groan. It didn't just skim over. It locked, thick and flat and white, and the sound went underground like it was hiding. I threw a rock onto the surface, and it sounded like a bell 10 miles away. That was the first strange sound. The second was the silence of birds. One morning the parking lot was clean. No tracks, no prints, no feathers stuck to wires. The third was the power grid. It did not fail in a crash. It dimmed like a breath. You know when you close your eyes in a hot bath and you begin to sink and the world slides away? That was the streetlights, one by one, until the town looked like someone had taken a black marker and wiped out the edges. The first real breakpoint came with fuel. The grocery store could last weeks on canned goods. The clinic could ration bandages and saline. But the diesel tanks at the distribution yard had what they had, and the trucks needed heat to start, and the drivers needed hands that could feel a key. We heard on the public band that the state had asked the refineries to switch blends, to push winter grade as far as they could. It came too slow. The lines at the last station stretched around the block, then froze in place with windows fogged on the inside by breath and prayers. People learned the sound of diesel gelling that week. It starts like a cough, and then goes quiet like a child falling asleep. Someone with a clipboard stood on the bumper of a police truck and said, "Priority first, plows and ambulances," and everyone agreed because it was morning and the sun was thin, but still a sun. By sundown, that truck was gone, and no one talked about priority anymore. You saw men with hoses sticking into tanks behind locked chain link, hauling slush that used to be fuel, heating it over burn barrels, and trying to strain it through cotton sheets. If you're listening from the next county west, you pass the same fires. I've been talking to people who used to have titles. Their titles do not help them now, but they help the rest of us understand why we are here. A man who worked at the university kept the shortwave alive until his generator went down on day 67, and in those weeks he shared bits of what came across the bands. He said the jet stream curled like a sleeping snake, that it dipped and stalled and could not be pushed back by the weak sun. He said there was talk of the Atlantic current slowing years ago, and no one wanted to say it out loud on television, because it would sound like the end of the world. He laughed when he said that. Not a happy laugh. He told me one night on 7.238 megahertz that a winter like this should not last this long unless something big was broken. He used the word switch. A switch flipped. He said the polar air had no place to go, that the heat line from the tropics was frayed, and that we were living under a lid. A soldier who called himself Rick told me on a scrambled channel that the guard had stood up roadblocks for a week and then turned them into aid points and then left them to blow over in the wind when the trucks did not come. He said their orders were to preserve the force. He said the radio at the armory played the same recorded message every morning at 9 a.m. Stay in place. Conserve heat. Await further instruction. He said he unplugged it and sat in the dark. I asked him where he was now. He said 2 floors beneath a parking garage with 27 others and a propane heater that hisses like a snake. I have learned to listen to the shape of this silence. You can hear the difference between a building sigh and a beam cracking. You can hear the difference between wind and a voice 3 houses down calling a name. When the media blackouts began, we thought it was the cables again, or a line down between cities. Then the big sites went dark. Not the pages, the backbones. The ones with the names that sound like bones. People brought phones to the station and asked me if I could fix the internet. I told them I knew how to twist wires and talk into a box. That was it. And then the little stations like ours became lighthouses, with a candle stub for a lamp. I can get AM at night if I lay the wire along the linoleum like a trail and angle the antenna toward the hills. Sometimes I hear a preacher reading from Psalms. Sometimes I hear a woman in tears asking for help in a voice so low it feels like it crawls across the floor. Sometimes I hear nothing but static and a faint ticking that might be power lines playing an old song. No one plays songs here. We have heat for the heater, and power for the transmitter, and air for my lungs. That is the show. I know you want practical things. I have learned some. Snow is clean if you boil it hard. If you collect it in black pans by the south window, it melts faster than you think. Stack your water cans on their sides so the spigots don't freeze. Put a pot of stones on the stove and heat them, and then wrap them in scraps and put them at the bottom of your bed. Socks over your hands are better than bare hands. Paper is a blanket if you stack it between thin cloth. Use a shoelace to keep your scarf tight against your mouth. Breath will give you frostbite if it sits on your skin. If you have to go out, slide your feet more than you lift them. Ice hides under the powder like glass under flour. The most heat in your house is 6 inches below the ceiling because warm air is lazy and likes to sit up high. If you have a low bunk, pull it up to a table and make a tent of blankets over the top and breathe under it, and the air will feel like a small summer while the room stays like a tomb. Do not burn things you cannot name. The smoke will coat your lungs like grease. Do not run a car in a closed garage no matter how bad your hands hurt. The gas is silent and it works fast. If the choice is between a warm death and a cold life, choose the cold life. Cold wakes you up. It makes you move. You need to move. I have news, for what it's worth. The last highway convoy we heard about came through 2 nights ago. It was 6 trucks with canvas covers and 1 fuel truck running warm from a torch under the tank. They didn't stop at the old way station. They turned north and kept going. A man named Elias watched from the tree line and counted with his lips. He came here yesterday with frost in his beard and said he saw a red cross on 1 truck. He said the men wore white masks over their faces like painters and did not look at the houses. I asked him if he tried to wave them down. He showed me his hands. 2 fingers black on the tips, nails gone. He said he waved once. They did not stop. The clinic lights were on yesterday afternoon for 20 minutes. That means they still have a little generator fuel and are saving it for things that bleed. If you have something that does not bleed, you're on your own. You want to know about the government? So do I. The last live thing I heard was a regional alert from the capital saying fuel restrictions would make it to us by end of week, and that was 3 weeks ago. The mayor's office sent a paper with a stamp to the church to post on a corkboard, and the paper said, "Stay calm and share your food and check on your neighbors." Someone wrote under it in pencil, "We are the neighbors." I do not think anyone is coming with blankets and cocoa. I think if anyone comes, it will be for diesel and medicine and a place to sleep where the wind does not crawl under the door. There is rumor of a train still running 3 towns east. It drags 10 cars, and the engine has blankets pinned over its broken windows. And when it crosses the bridge, it sounds like a wail. A woman named Martha called 2 nights ago from a farmhouse near the tracks and said she saw the headlights slide across the snow at 2:11 a.m. like the eye of God. She said she waved a towel out the window and then pulled it back because it froze stiff in her hand. She said the headlight kept going. Let me take a call. I've got the patch line warmed with my hands. If you've got batteries and the push to talk, you'll hear the click. I'll count down the top of the minute. 3, 2, 1. Okay, I've got you. Say your name and where you are if you can. My name is Noah, the voice says, thin and stretched like wire. Noah from the east side by the old mill. We've got 4 of us in the basement and the pipes are dead and we're burning furniture. We heard dogs last night, but we don't see any tracks. Do dogs even go out in this? Noah, listen to me. Dogs are like us. They follow heat and food. If you heard them and saw no prints, it means the powder filled in after they passed. The wind was up last night. Keep the food in sealed tins or hung up if you can. If they smell it, they will scratch at your door and you'll think it's a person. Don't open unless you hear a human voice. If you need water, break the porcelain trap under the tub and pour hot water over the joint. It will crack and you can pull out what's sitting in the bottom. It will taste like glue. It is still water. Do not burn the whole couch at once. Cut it into strips. The springs hold heat after the fire dies. Pack them in salt if you have any. I know that sounds strange. It makes your hands think they are holding something warm. And Noah, if you have a mirror, tilt it toward your little window at day and lay a sweatshirt under it, and it will give you a warm spot like a cat. Do you have anyone with cough? My sister, he says, and his voice wavers. She's got a cough when she wakes up and it hurts her to breathe deep. Have her sit up to sleep if you can. The cold fills the low places first. Warm tea if you can manage it, even if it's just hot water. Put your heater close enough to her that she can feel it on her toes. Cold feet make your lungs forget how to work. I don't know why. It's something my mother used to say. I think it's true. Wrap a scarf around her mouth when she breathes. It will soften the air. Noah, can you make it through today? We'll try, he says, and then the line fuzzes and he is gone. I keep a list on the wall of names and towns. When a person calls, I write them down. When they call again, I put a mark. When it has been 10 days without a mark, I put a question mark. When it has been 20, I draw a small line. I don't know why I do that. It doesn't change the cold. Maybe it tells me that we are a net of people and not single points. I know I sound tired. I am. My hands ache from holding the mic. My back aches from sleeping on the floor between the heater and the wall where the heat pools. My eyes feel like I've been crying even when I haven't. Sometimes I am angry at the quiet. It feels like someone holding a finger to my lips and telling me not to speak. But then I hear a voice like Noah's, and it lights up something behind my ribs, and I stay here. I want to talk about the first week the truck stopped, because that week is when we crossed a line, and we all felt it, even if we didn't say it out loud. On Monday, the school opened as a warming center, and the gym smelled like rubber and sweat the way it always did, and a little like bleach, because someone was careful. We stood in the lines with our coats off, and the steam rose from our shoulders, and we laughed at silly things, because laughter is a kind of fire that you don't have to feed. On Tuesday, a boy lost 2 fingers because he took his gloves off to tie his sister's boot, and someone said it was a lesson, and then everyone went quiet because we didn't want the boy to hear. On Wednesday, the mayor said on the radio that the state had promised diesel and a tanker was on the way, and someone clapped, and it echoed off the steel beams. On Thursday, the nurse taped a sign to the clinic door that said, "Fever room," with an arrow, and we all remembered the year the flu took 5 old men in 2 weeks, and no one said the word flu out loud. On Friday, a man cracked the rear window of his car to run the engine, and fell asleep wrapped in a blanket, and his wife found him with a smile on his face, like he was dreaming. On Saturday, no one went to church because the doors were rimed shut from the inside, and the candles would not light. On Sunday, the radio at the school played static until a little after noon, when a voice said, "Martial Law Order 17 is in effect in the following counties." And then the list included ours, and we all looked at each other like someone had walked into our living room without knocking. We asked what that meant. The officer at the table said it meant the guard could set rules in a hurry. We asked what rules. He looked at his hands. On Monday, the trucks didn't come. There were people who did brave things that week, and no one wrote their names in a book. A man named Luis walked 2 miles leaning into the wind like it was a wall, carrying a metal can of soup for a woman on Maple who had no teeth to chew dried beans. He came back with blood on his face because the wind peeled the skin from his cheeks. He kept walking the next day with a scarf wrapped around his head like a boxer between rounds. A teenager named April found a half-dead space heater in her dad's garage and took it to the laundromat where 5 families were sleeping between washers, and she rigged a plug from a generator that coughed like it was learning to speak. She stayed up all night with her hands on the cord so it wouldn't work loose. A retired electrician named Dale climbed a pole in front of the school with spikes strapped to his boots and tried to bridge a fuse with a piece of copper so the gym lights would take one more breath. He slid twice and skinned his leg raw and kept climbing. When he got it, a single row of lights flickered and we all clapped, and he bowed like a magician and then sat down on the curb and cried. He said it was the first time he had been useful in months. He meant the kind of useful that keeps you from thinking. People ask me what to expect next. The honest answer is more of the same until something big changes, and the only big things left are the sky and the sea and the way people treat each other. I worry about the third. The first days, there were fights in the grocery line. There were names shouted from car windows. Someone hit someone with a bag of rice and the bag tore, and it looked like a small drift, and everyone felt stupid. Then things went quiet, and the fights moved indoors where the walls could soak them up. Now, when they happen, they are fast and mean and quiet. A bottle breaks, and that is the song. A closet door is off its hinges in the morning. There was talk of a night patrol, men with armbands and a whistle like a movie. But no one wanted to be outside after dark because the cold feels worse then, like it knows your name. The silence from the government is a silence we have to fill ourselves, or it will fill us. Share news. Share heat. Share the little tricks. If If you find a way to keep your boots dry overnight, tell the old man with the cane. If you find a basement where the air doesn't bite, write the address on a wall in pencil. If you hear the train, count the cars, and tell someone at dawn. Do not hoard knowledge. Knowledge is the only thing that does not shrink when you split it. I had a moment yesterday around noon that reminded me we are not past all the good. I went up to the roof with a can of nails because the hatch likes to swing in the wind and slam like a drum, and I stood there with the town spread under me like a bad dream, roofs curled up like dead leaves, smoke from a few brave chimneys hanging low like the ceiling of a cave. And then it all went quiet. The wind dropped for 5 breaths, and I heard a sound I haven't heard since October. It was a child laughing. It came from somewhere between the post office and the diner, a little clip of laughter like a bubble, and then it was gone. I wanted to run toward it, but I stood there with my hands on the cold rail and I let it sink in. Somebody had made a child laugh. Maybe they told a story. Maybe they had a carrot they had been saving in a jar of snow, and they sliced it thin and said, "Look, a flower." Maybe they had a battery that still had a little sputter in it, and they made a tiny radio pick up a game from far away where the cold hasn't reached yet. Whatever it was enough. We can be enough for one another in small ways. We have to be. If you are just tuning in, this is 99.3 at the edge of town. This is Jordan, and I'm locking my left hand around a cup so it doesn't shake while I talk. I'm going to give you a few more practical things. Pipes burst when they are warm, not when they are cold. Remember that. If you must heat a room with open flame, crack a window the width of your thumb. Your body will tell you when the air is bad, but sometimes it is late. Headaches are not normal right now. They are a warning. If you have candles, cut them in half and make 2 short ones. The flame is the same. Burn a mirror behind it to double the light. Don't stare at the flame. It will make you feel sad. Run your hands up and down your legs 10 times every hour. Count out loud. It keeps your mind awake. If someone in your house is older than 70, make sure they eat something with fat every day. Butter if you have it. A spoonful of oil if you don't. People in cold countries always knew this. We forgot. We are learning again. I'm going to try one more call before I swap batteries. If you can hear me and you have a story that can help, a trick, a warning, a laugh, anything, it will help more than you think. I'm watching the second hand. Now, a woman speaks so soft I can barely catch it. This is Lenore from Black Willow Road. We made a windbreak with trash bags. We taped them to a frame in the hallway and put our beds behind it, and it sounds silly, but it cut the draft, and the room felt like a pocket. My husband said it was like hiding behind a coat. We put a bowl of salt by the door, and the snow doesn't sneak in as much when we open it. If anyone has trash bags left, do it. Also, if you have a piano, keep it against the wall without a window. It holds heat. Ours went out of tune, but we don't care. We put our hands on the wood and it's warm. Lenore, that's good. That's very good. I'm writing it down. Thank you for the piano trick. It made me smile. I once played 3 chords, and the station manager said it sounded like a chair falling downstairs. But the wood of the piano holds stories, even when it holds no tune. I hope you keep hiding behind your coat. There are theories. You have your own, and I have mine. A trucker who made it through the pass before it locked told me on the loading dock 3 weeks back that he met a man at a gas stop who said the sun had gone quiet, and that was why we were dying. He said the sun was taking a rest like a tired animal, and we were under a blanket of blue light that did not warm. A woman who used to teach chemistry told me in the school gym that a volcano had put a veil around the world, and no one wanted to admit it because they couldn't fly planes through the ash to look. The man from the university said something about the pump in the sea that moved warm water north, and how it had slowed like a failing heart. And when he talked about it, he pressed his palm over his chest, and you could see fear there. I don't know which of these is true, or if all of them are a little true at once, like how 3 people can each remember the same accident a different way, and it still happened. I know what I see. The sky is a lighter shade of white at noon. The stars at night are knife points. The wind tastes like metal and old coins. The windows sweat on the inside and then scab over. The snow is dry like dust and squeaks underfoot and glows blue at the edges like a bruise. The world feels paused, like a tape stopped between songs. I wish I could tell you we have a date. People crave dates. They give your mind a hook to hang hope on. We used to say things like, by Thanksgiving, or by Christmas, or after the New Year, and the words themselves felt warm. Now the calendar hangs limp like a towel on a nail, and when you flip the page, it makes no sound. Yet I will say a thing that is true, even if it is small. The days are getting a little longer. I notice because the shadow of the tower moves slower between the spruce and the diner sign. That is something I can measure with my eyes. The earth still turns. It still leans. The tilt is what gave us summer when we had summer, and the tilt will tilt again and give us more light. And light is not heat, but it is a friend of heat. Hold on for that. Hold on for small changes. An extra 15 minutes of light in a room can change a mind. If you are in a place where you can send out a little signal at noon, do it. A single click. It tells me you're out there and that you have enough battery to say hello to the air. If you are close and you have batteries to spare, I'd trade for candles or for something hot I can pour. I have a little pencil and a notebook and a throat that still works. That's my part. We keep each other going with old skills and new stubbornness. If a thing warms a hand for a minute, it is holy. If a word warms a heart for a minute, it is holy too. I will stay on the air as long as the heater stutters and the batteries drink slow. I will count the calls and stack the news and share the tricks that keep your breath from hurting. If you pass by the station and you have a marker, write your name on the brick by the back door. It will make you real in my mind, and real is what we need right now. The cold wants to smooth us down and make us easy to ignore. We are not smooth. We are rough and warm in our cores. We can make it ugly for the cold. We can make it work for our heat. I'm going to swap the battery now. It takes me 30 seconds, and I hate the silence it makes, so I'm going to talk through it, like a man humming to himself in a dark room. If the signal dips, it will come back. If it doesn't, that means I've made a mistake and I'll fix it fast. Keep your hands under your arms. Keep your water by something warm. Keep a joke in your mouth because the air tastes better with a joke. This is Jordan at 99.3, 2 miles south. Brick box, rhyme on the tower, breath in the air, saying I hear you. I see you in the dark, even when I don't. If you need me, I will be right here with this voice and this little red light on the board. We're not done. Not yet. Say your name to someone close. It helps. It is 9:42 a.m. now, and the light through the high window is the color of old paper. The heater coughed twice during the swap, the kind of cough that makes you look at the gauge and do math you don't want to do. The diesel in the can looks like honey left in a freezer. I've been warming it by setting the can on a pan over the stove with 2 nails bent into feet so it won't touch the metal and cook. I can hear the tower lines whining a different pitch than before. Higher, like they're thinner today. Like the ice is pulling them into strings. My name is still Jordan. This is still 99.3. And if you can hear me, you're still here too. The hallway smells like damp wool and something sweet I can't place. Maybe the sugar I poured into the coffee. Maybe someone broke a candy in their pocket weeks ago, and it's finally letting go of the wrapper. I can see my breath. I pressed a hand against the window glass, and it stuck for a second like a kiss you didn't plan. Day 99 keeps going. I've been listening for the noon train, even though it never comes at noon. It came at 2:11 a.m., 3 towns east. It came at 3:37 in the next county. It came not at all last night if you believe the man on 1.915 megahertz who swore he sat by the trestle with a blanket and counted the minutes. There are 2 stories about that train. One says it's a lifeline running blind, dragging medicine and blankets to a hospital on the far side of the river where the ice broke wrong and took the bridge. The other says it's just a loop, a crew trying to keep rails alive by moving steel over steel so the line doesn't die. No cargo, just motion. I don't know which makes more sense to me. Motion for its own sake feels honest. Medicine feels like something we would have told each other more loudly by now. If you hear the horn, count the cars. If you see the headlight, look for the small shadows that would mean people in the cabs. If your breath fogs and you can't count, open your mouth and let the cold in for 5 seconds. It hurts, but it clears your head. I have news on water. The main under Willow cracked 2 nights ago, and someone left the hole open, and this morning there's a white tower in the street as tall as a man, made from spray and wind and hard time, like the town decided to grow a statue to this winter. A boy named Gio brought me a picture on a piece of cardboard, rubbed with a pencil so hard the lines dug in. He showed me where the ice climbed the stop sign and swallowed the letters, and where a dog stood looking at his own reflection, like it wanted to speak. That main was our last steady trickle for the east side, and now it sings under the ice and gives nothing. If you were counting on that, start counting something else. Melt snow in a black pot by the south window. If all your windows face north, stack books and paint the covers with anything dark you have, and make a shelf to catch the light, so the pot sits warm by association. It works. Everything works a little right now. Little is our size. I want to tell you something that tasted like a lie when I first heard it, and now feels like the closest thing to truth. The weak sun is not lazy. It is far. A woman who used to work nights at the clinic found me on 3.310 megahertz last night, voice strong like a wire that hasn't rusted yet. And she said a no-A tech, who comes through twice a year to clean the anemometer at the water plant, told her in October that the brightness could lie to your body, that clear blue at noon meant thin high air and a mirror that throws light without warmth. She said he left her a printout in a folder with numbers she can't read, and a pen scratch at the bottom that said, albedo up 4%. 4% sounds small. 4% on a bill means you grumble and pay it. 4% on your body heat means you go to sleep shivering in a room that looks like summer and wake up with your lips numb. That's what the tech meant. The snow keeps light moving around, bouncing it back to the sky, and the sky nods and sends it away. We stand under a room with the light switch stuck. I'm going to open the patch at 10 after. If you've got a trick, a warning, or something to make a kid laugh, get ready. Before that, I need to speak to whoever left a cardboard sign on the chain link behind the feed store that says Trade Guide. It lists what you'll swap for what. I saw it yesterday frozen to the wire like a leaf, and I wrote down 2 lines that mattered more than the rest. 1 hand-cranked radio for 4 quarts of lamp oil, and 2 wool blankets for antibiotics. Whoever you are, I'm not your judge. I understand what you're doing. But I'm asking you to flip the first one. Keep the radio in the neighborhood, and make the oil your price for the news, not the other way around. Make it free to hear the list of warm basements. Make it free to learn that the clinic will open at dawn for frostbite and close at noon. Charge for the lamp, not the words. I'll help you write the new sign if your hands are too cold. 10 after. I'm listening. 1 click if you're there. I've got a carrier. Come in. This is Tanya, a voice says, steady, careful, the kind of steady you get from repeating the words in your head before you say them. Ridgefield, by the water tower. We learned a thing last night. We crossed 2 clotheslines in the living room and hung up a quilt and a tarp so the couch sits in a little triangle. Put a bucket of water under the couch, near the heater, but not touching, and drape a towel from the couch down into the bucket. The towel drinks. The air gets less sharp. We've been waking up without the bloody noses. If anyone has a towel left, just one, it works. Tanya, that's good. That's the kind of good that lets lungs rest. Thank you. Write your name where the trade guide sign is. You earned a line. Another click. Barely there. I tilt the board a little, and the needle trembles like an old man's hand. You're live. Hector here, he says, a rasp like a match being struck. Brainerd side, near the old bus depot. We found a truck in the lot with half a tank. Diesel, gelled like jelly. We took 2 pots, put one inside the other, put water in the big one and the gel in the small, made a bath. Warmed slow, strained through a t-shirt. It ran ugly, but it ran. We moved 3 families to the church on it. If you try this, don't hurry. The fast heat makes it curdle worse. Hector, I'm writing as fast as my fingers will go. Slow heat, double pot, cloth filter. You moved families. That's the part that matters most. How's the church? Still has candles. Still has a back room with a piano, he says, and that soft laugh comes, the kind that makes your chest sting because you didn't expect it. We keep our hands on the wood to make ourselves feel rich. I need to pass something that shook me last night. The guard frequency on 41.5 megahertz burped at 1:02 a.m. A packet, chopped words. I wrote what I could hear. Order 70. Non-essential fuel seizure at designated. Maintain perimeter until preserve force. That phrase again. Preserve force. I don't know where the perimeter is, or who gets to be essential from 2 floors under a parking garage. But I know what happens when a truck with uniforms pulls up to a makeshift tank farm behind a co-op. People will watch from windows. Someone will whisper to someone else. A man will walk out with his hands open and a plan in his mouth to trade labor for diesel. Another man will have an idea about hiding half of it. If you see this play out, keep the loudest people from crowding the bumper. The cold kills loud first, because loud breathes fast. Keep one voice speaking on your side. The voice that can say, we have a clinic. We have a boiler that heats 10. We have a generator we use for oxygen. We have names to give you who need it more than we do. We don't get to pick every fight. We get to pick our witness. Sometimes the best we can do is make the witness good. I heard a theory at dawn from a trucker on AM 770. He was talking to no one and everyone, and he said the Northern Ocean looks like a giant's breath from the air when it's calm, and you can tell how the ice is made by where it's blue or white. He said the ice this year is white and grainy, and that means it grew fast, not over years, but like a wound scabbing over in a day. He said fast ice breaks easy and drifts jam the shipping lanes, and when the shipping lanes jam, the refineries go quiet on the coast, waiting for ships that bow into drifts and scrape their paint on salt and then turn around. He used simple words for a big thing, and I understood enough to add it to the list of hard whys. The ocean can close a hand. So can a river in our town. So can a person's heart. If you're close enough to see the sky at noon, tell me if you see the rings around the sun. Yesterday at 1:20, I saw a ring, 2 actually, faint like chalk, and a bite taken out on the west side. A man named Wally came up the stair with his hat in his hand and said those are sundogs, and they mean ice high up. He said in Canada they used to call them weather dogs because they chased the worst days across the sky. I asked him if that meant anything we could use. He said, "It means the halo is there even when the glare hides it." He tapped the window, looked at his finger sticking to the glass, and shook his head. We are full of old sayings that don't fit right now. We need new ones. I'm making one. If you see a ring, hang another blanket. It's not poetry. It's a reminder. We've had 2 cases of carbon monoxide this week, both in houses with good people, careful people, not the kind that cut corners for fun. I'm saying this again because heads hurt in a way that feels like sadness and not danger, and that trick can kill you. Crack the window the width of your thumb if you burn anything. If your cheeks get pink for no reason, if your eyelids feel heavy and you're not tired, if the room feels friendly, it's not. Step outside, even if it's the stairwell. Count to 60. If the stairwell bites your lungs, go back in and open that window wider. I know every bit of heat feels like a coin. Don't spend the coin to wake up dead. I've got another call. The board flickered like a candle and then steadied. You're on. Asha, she says. The sound wobbles like it's crossing an empty field. Cedar Falls. We found this station when the needle just slid across. We're 5 in a house with a sunroom. No sun, but the glass is tight. We put 5 tea lights under a clay pot that sits on 3 little stones. It gets warm enough to take the ache out of your fingers if you put your hands around it and pretend it's a cup. My daughter laughs at it, says it's a tiny stove for dolls. If anyone tries this, make a hole in the clay with a nail or keep the door cracked. The heat needs a way to breathe. We learned that the hard way with a headache that made my husband cry. Asha, thank you. I can see that pot in my head, sitting there like a warm animal. Tell your daughter the dolls picked a good engineer. Put the pot near your feet at night if you can. Warm feet throw bravery up your spine. I want to talk about food because I know the cupboards make a sound when they're opened now, a sound like embarrassment. We're past the easy cans and into the things we bought for recipes we never made. If you have flour, even if it's a cup, you can make dumplings with snow water and salt. Drop them into anything hot, and it turns into a meal that fills the house with a smell that feels like company. If you have dried beans, soak them inside your coat while you sit so they steal heat from you slowly and give it back in the pot. If you have a carrot, slice it paper thin. A thin slice looks like more, and the mind eats too. If you have an onion left, don't waste it on strong dishes. Save it for thin soup and make the pot think there's meat in there. A single clove of garlic could end a fight in my town right now. If you have a clove, don't trade it for batteries. Make it into 10 meals that keep your people from hating each other. It's not magic. It's a smell that says home. We had a run on traps 2 weeks ago. Hardware store, back wall, the wire kind with little springs. People went looking for rabbits and came back with frost on the lashes and empty hands. Animals are smarter than us in winter because they never believed it would end. If you set a trap, don't set it where you wished you lived last summer. Set it where the wind scours to grass under the trees, where the snow whistles thin around a stump, where the prints look like a child tap their fingers in a line. If you don't catch anything the first day, leave it. Animals do not love change. They like a bad idea to stay still until it becomes a normal doorway. Don't check the trap every hour. You're teaching it to be boring. I'm getting word, scratch that, rumor, from the next county. A line of cars on the ridge with hoods up at dawn and tailpipes out toward the drop, each with a wool coat draped over the engine like a sleeping dog. Someone started them all at once, and the sound rolled down into the valley like thunder, and for a minute, the town lights blinked on like an accident. If that was you, if you timed a startup to test the grid, tell me what the meter did at the town hall. Did it move? Did it skip? Did the heater kick? This is the kind of experiment that takes a lot of faith and a lot of gas and more than a little coordination. It can also melt the ice in your muffler and give you 15 minutes of clean exhaust instead of a poison you can't smell. I'm not telling you to try it. I'm saying 10 cars breathing together is safer than one car hiding in a garage and hoping. I can feel the tired coming like weather, a slow front moving behind my eyes. That's the part I promised you I'd keep honest. Some hours I sit here, and I feel equal to the cold. I feel like I can make sentences that act like blankets. Some hours the words feel thin, and the heater sounds like it's clearing its throat to tell me a bad thing. This is one of the thin hours. I will push through it, because pushing is what keeps the thin hours from growing teeth. If you feel yours right now, say your name out loud, and then the names of the people you love, even if they are not in the room. It puts meat on you. We need meat on our minds. I have a list for the afternoon. The clinic will open at 4 for frostbite checks and for cough treatment. They have a kettle and a pot of saline. If you get there early, leave the front benches for old legs. The school will fire the boiler from 5 to 9 if the stack warms. That means the gym will be safe to breathe for those 4 hours, and the mats will be laid out. Bring your own blanket and a cup. The church on Pine has organized a rotation of hot bricks. You take 2 wrapped in newspaper and bring 2 cold ones back the next day. This works as long as someone keeps the stove burning and the bricks moving. It is the closest thing we have to a river. Get in it. Keep it flowing. If you have extra paper, drop it on the porch with a note that says, "For bricks." It will feel like a love letter. No official word on fuel delivery. I called the depot on a hand crank line that rings a bell like a bicycle and got a voice that said, "We are dark," then hung up. A retired operator named Miss Irma told me that in the old days, "We are dark" just meant we can't light the switches because the grid is out, not a promise of forever. She made me say it back to her like a student. It is not a promise of forever. Sometimes the old phrases save us. I'm keeping that one. We're going to ride out the next hour together. I'll take calls on the quarter hour if the wind lets me. Between those, I'm going to read from the list of names and places on the wall because it helps my head to remember we're more than a dot. Noah, East Side, Old Mill. Lenore, Black Willow Road. Elias, Tree Line by the way station. Martha, Farmhouse near the tracks. Dale, the electrician with the copper and the raw leg. April with the space heater and the laundromat hands. Luis with the soup and the scraped cheeks. Hector at the depot. Tanya at the water tower. Asha in the sunroom with the clay pot. Wally, who knows the sky's cheap tricks, Miss Irma with the old words. If you're out there, breathe slow and shallow when you step outside so your lungs don't seize. When you come back in, breathe deep to remind your ribs they still open. It sounds silly. It helps. I'm going to put a question to the air and hope it lands in a smart head. Anyone know the real way to keep Geld Diesel from coming back after the bath trick? We're warming and straining, and then in the line it thickens again like it wants to mock us. Someone said add kerosene, but the last kerosene in town is sitting under 5 beds, making a promise to 5 families. Someone else said a splash of gasoline, a bad idea in normal years, a worse one now unless you like fires that make people shout your name. Is there a third way? Something with salt or alcohol or a filter we can make that cleans without stealing all the heat? If you know, give it to us. You'll feel the gratitude like a blanket even if you never leave your room. Okay? I'm watching the clock hands slip like slow fish. The heater settled. The worry song is gone for now. The cup in my left hand has gone cold. I'm going to pour another and put the last sugar in. If you have a sweet thing left, share it at dusk. That's when minds go soft and scared. A single square of chocolate can quiet a room. A spoon of jam can make a man stop counting the minutes and start thinking about breakfast. That's what we need to do. Think about breakfasts we will eat. Plan them. Mention them out loud. Tomorrow, I am going to make dumplings in a pot of onion water, and I am going to hold the bowl like it's a fire. This is 99.3, brick building, county road, rhyme tower, ringing wires, and a red light that says the signal still leaves this room. I am Jordan. I am not going anywhere. At 15 after I'll open the patch again. If you can't speak, click once at the top of the minute to tell me you're counting with me. If you can't click, breathe. If you can't do that for long, rest and let someone else count for you. I'll keep reading the names and stacking the news and turning tricks into small sermons that fit into cold hands. If you find something that warms anything, share it. If you find a sentence that keeps someone from crying, share that too. We make the weather inside these walls. We can. We are. It's 12:06 p.m. now. The light has shifted from paper yellow to a blue so thin it looks borrowed. The heater stutters once every 5 minutes, the kind of cough that makes you set your jaw and pretend you didn't hear it. The batteries are holding, though. Needle sitting steady like it knows I've been staring. My name is Jordan. This is 99.3, still alive under the rhyme tower and the whining wires, and I'm still counting minutes with you. The snow outside has stacked to the height of the window ledge and pressed flat like flour under a rolling pin. When the wind comes, the whole wall of white hums like a throat. You can feel it through the brick. I want to talk about the first radio silence from the Capitol because that was the day a lot of us stopped pretending. It was day 41. Up to then, we still had the daily roll call on the emergency band. This is the governor's office. We are alive, conserve fuel, share resources, maintain calm. It was a voice like cardboard, flat but steady, and it was something. Then one morning, the voice didn't come. We sat in the school gym with the kids wrapped like burritos and the mats lined up, and we stared at the radio on the table like a coffin lid. The static came, but no voice. A man named Richard slammed his hand on the table so hard the knob snapped off. A woman named Sheila whispered, "They're gone," and someone shushed her. But it was too late. The word was out in the room like smoke. The government didn't need to say it. Their silence said it. That was when the barter board went up on the cork wall. That was when people started writing rules in pencil and erasing them when they didn't fit. That was the end of listening for help and the start of listening for each other. I keep hearing rumors of military convoys frozen in place. A shortwave burst yesterday claimed there's one stuck on Highway 35. 12 Humvees half buried in snowdrift, tires spun bald, radios dead. Someone said you can see the helmeted shapes through the windows, slumped like statues, and that no one dares knock because the cold inside those cabs is worse than outside. Someone else said the soldiers burned their own fuel to keep warm, and then walked into the night with scarves tied over their faces. Both can't be true. Maybe neither is, but the fact we're even weighing these stories shows how far we've slid from certainty. Authority isn't a voice on a speaker anymore. It's whoever still has heat and enough food to speak. Practical. If your boots are soaked and you don't have another pair, pull the insoles and stuff them with paper. Heat a rock, wrap it in cloth, and drop it in. The paper dries from the inside while you sleep. Do not wear wet boots in the morning, no matter how much you want to move. Frostbite works faster on skin that's already surrendered. I learned this from a man named Craig who showed me his toes in the clinic line 2 weeks ago. Black on the ends, nails gone, skin shiny like wax. He said he fell asleep with wet boots on because he thought it would be fine for just one night. Just one night is all it takes. Don't test the cold. It's the only thing out here that never gets tired. I've got the patch open at 10 after again. Static's light, but steady. Come through if you've got breath and a story. This is Emily, she says, voice trembling like she's holding the mic with gloves on. West Side, near the library. We've been burning old books in a barrel. It feels wrong, but it keeps the kids warm. Yesterday, we found out the glossy pages burn bad. Black smoke stings your eyes. The plain paper burns clean. Slow. If anyone else is doing this, don't use the glossy ones. Keep those for insulation in the walls. We stuffed them between 2 quilts, and the draft stopped. Emily, thank you. The cold doesn't care about sacred things. Don't feel shame. Better to burn a book and keep a child alive than to hold the book and watch the child stop breathing. Words survive. Flesh doesn't. You did right. I've got another flicker. Barely there. Go ahead. It's Ben. North Farm Road. We killed a deer yesterday. First one in weeks. We cut the meat thin and dried it on racks over the stove. Smells strong, but it keeps. If anyone's still hunting, don't waste bullets on rabbits. They're gone. Go for the deer if you see tracks. Use snow as your knife cleaner. Keeps it from sticking. And hang strips above the stove where it's warm, not hot. Hot makes it rot. Ben, that's gold. Deer meat right now is life. Share a strip with the old man next door if you can. Even just a taste. It keeps the body honest. I need to say this before the hour closes. The world feels like it's holding its breath. And maybe so are we. The heater still rumbles. The batteries still sip. The mic still carries my voice through the air. That's proof enough that not everything has stopped. If you're in a room right now with someone else, look at them. Say their name. Remind them they are more than a shadow. We're still more than shadows. We're still here. This is Jordan, 99.3, brick warehouse south of town. Stay awake. Stay warm. Stay moving. At 1:15, I'll open the patch again. If you've got something to trade, or a trick that works, or a rumor that needs air, bring it. It's 12:18 p.m., and the second hand just ticked into place. The heater's flame dipped low for a heartbeat, and came back with a roar, like it was clearing its throat. That sound makes me nervous every time. It's like talking to someone sick and waiting to see if they take the next breath. The wires outside are whining lower now, almost like a song. My cup is empty, but I keep holding it because the paper is soft, and it tricks my hands into thinking it's warm. This is Jordan, still on 99.3, still in the brick box south of town, and I've got the patch line open for anyone who's got words left. I've been thinking about the silence between towns. We used to hear engines on the highway, even in winter. Low rumbles that told you there were places to go and people moving through. Now the silence feels heavy, like it presses your ears flat. The only time it breaks is when the wind changes and carries a sound you can't place. Last night, I thought I heard church bells, faint, thin, like metal tapped with a spoon. I wrote the time down, 9:14 p.m., and I sat up waiting for another, but it never came. Maybe it was just the wind hitting an old signpost. Maybe somewhere someone still has a hand strong enough to ring steel. Either way, I'll remember that note longer than the hours of quiet wrapped around it. I'm going to give out the clinic update again in case someone missed it earlier. They'll be open from 4 to noon for frostbite checks and cough treatments, using what little saline is left. If you've got a fever that doesn't break by morning, get there even if it means the walk bites your lungs. Wrap your face in cloth. Shallow breaths on the way. Deep ones once you're inside. Don't wait it out. The cold waits longer. Let's take the line. 1 click if you're there. Yes, I've got you. Go ahead. This is Sarah from Maple Street. We've been making little stoves from cans. 2 coffee cans, one inside the other, holes punched at the bottom. You put a candle or a splash of alcohol in, and it burns hotter than it should. We used it to warm a pot of soup. If anyone tries this, set it on bricks, not wood. My husband learned that fast. Sarah, that's smart. A can stove can keep hands alive. Thank you for the warning about wood. I'll underline that 3 times. A fire in a cold house is worse than no fire at all. You keep making soup, even if it's thin. Soup makes a room feel like it's got company. Another click. Barely holding. Say your name. Thomas, East Ridge. We found 3 chickens still alive in the barn. They're half-starved, but laying 1 egg every couple days. We've been boiling the eggs in melted snow and giving each person a spoonful. It feels small, but it keeps us steady. If anyone's got birds, don't kill them yet. Let them keep working. Thomas, that's a blessing. A spoon of egg can keep a child's body warm longer than bread. You hold on to those birds like treasure. If they can survive this far, they'll see you further. I've been hearing whispers about Order 70 again. Fuel seizure. Maintain perimeter. Preserve force. The words don't change. They keep coming through the guard frequency, thin and chopped, but always the same. Preserve force. I can't tell if that means they've given up on us, or if they're hoarding strength for a spring that might never come. Either way, it means fuel is no longer ours by right. If you've got a tank buried under snow, don't talk about it loud. Don't show it. Trade careful. A barrel behind a shed can buy you weeks of heat, but it can also paint a target on your door. Be smart with who you tell. Trust is the only thing rarer than diesel right now. The emotional part, I'll say it plain. I am tired. My chest feels heavy, and my voice drags sometimes. But then I hear someone like Sarah or Thomas, and it's like a match struck inside me. We can still talk. We can still share. The cold wants to smooth us flat and quiet. Every call, every trick, Every laugh from a child is proof it hasn't finished yet. It's almost 1:30. I'll keep the line open through the hour. If you've got anything, a warning, a way to melt fuel, even just your name, let it out. I'll write it down. I'll read it back. That way, even if your fire goes dark tonight, your name will keep burning here. This is Jordan at 99.3. Still here. Still counting. Still listening. It's 12:32 p.m., and the sky through the sliver of window above the transmitter looks like ash rubbed into glass. The heater has steadied, but the diesel gauge leans lower than I like. My hands are stiff, even with the cup pressed against them, and I can hear my own teeth knock when I pause too long between words. Still, this is Jordan, 99.3, the brick box south of town. The wires are humming low now, like they're tired of holding. If you can hear me, you're not alone. And if you can answer, then you've got enough battery to remind the rest of us that the air hasn't swallowed everyone. I want to tell you about the first time I knew panic had teeth. Day 23, the hardware store. It was supposed to be organized, ration sheets, lists, numbers. Then a rumor went around that a truck had dropped off propane cylinders behind the loading dock. People surged. Not a stampede, not yet. But you could feel the heat of bodies in the cold, the way breath fogs together and becomes one animal. Someone shouted, "They're taking it all." And that was the spark. Hands grabbed, people shoved, a box tipped, cans rolled. A man swung a hammer and hit nothing but air, but the sound was enough. By the time the deputies got there, the dock was bare and 3 windows broken. They posted a notice the next morning. Looting will be punished. That was the last notice the deputies ever posted. By day 30, they weren't showing up at all. Since then, it hasn't been riots. It's been quiet desperation. People trade with their eyes down, their mouths tight. No one waves. No one asks for more than they think they can get away with. The silence in the streets is worse than the shouts at the dock. Silence means people have stopped believing there's a point in asking. Let's check the patch. Click if you're there. Yes, I've got you. Speak up. It's Martin on the north edge by the quarry. We saw trucks last night. 3 of them, maybe military. Covered, no lights. They didn't take the road. They crawled across the field with chains on the tires. My brother swears he saw barrels strapped down. Fuel or food, can't say which. They didn't stop. They just kept heading east. We left a lantern in the window, but they didn't even look. Martin, thank you. That matches what we've been hearing on the guard frequency. Perimeter moves, fuel seizures. If they're running without lights, it means they don't want company. If you see them again, stay back. Don't run into the road. Keep your fuel quiet. We can't afford to test what preserve force really means. Another click. Weak, but steady. Go ahead. This is Leah, downtown near the tracks. We found a way to keep our hands from freezing when we go out. Take a pair of socks. Fill them with rice or beans if you've got any left. Tie them off. Warm them on the stove. Then put them inside your gloves. They hold heat long enough for a walk to the clinic or back. My little boy thinks they're magic. Says they're hot rocks in socks. If anyone's listening, try it. Leah, that's brilliant. Hot rocks in socks. I'll be saying that to myself. The small things matter most. Thank your boy for naming it. Names keep hope alive. I need to speak plain for a moment. I feel the weight of this silence pressing in harder every day. My eyes ache, my throat cracks. My chest feels heavy like I've been carrying more than words. But then I hear a child laugh at a stove made from clay, or a boy call rice hot rocks, or someone share the little tricks that stretch one more night into another morning. And I know we're not done yet. We're not. The cold is big, but it isn't everything. Not while voices still reach me through the static. This is Jordan at 99.3, still standing by, still counting, still holding the red light steady on the board. At 1:45, I'll open the patch again. If you can, speak. If you can't, click. If you can't click, just breathe, and know you're not breathing alone. This broadcast is entirely fictional. All names, characters, locations, and events are products of imagination, created only for storytelling and dramatic effect. Any similarities to real people, places, or situations are purely coincidental. The content is not meant to harm, insult, or single out any person, group, community, or belief. Listener discretion is advised. Drop a comment. Tell me where you're listening from and what time it is for you. I don't know why it's so satisfying to read where people are watching from at 3:39 a.m., but it is. It's 2:14 in the morning. I'm still broadcasting from what used to be the tech wing of an old college campus on the east side of Fairbanks, Alaska. Most of the building's gone quiet now, too quiet. But this room, this signal, still runs off a stripped-down backup system powered by car batteries, a wind rig, and a few lucky pieces of hardware that weren't fried when the grid collapsed. I don't know how long I'll be able to stay on air, but I'll keep talking until I can't. The temperature outside, it's 112 degrees Fahrenheit. That's not a mistake. That's not the heat index. That's the real air temperature. It's nearly pitch black too, not because the sun hasn't risen. No, we're supposed to have sun by now. It's the sky. Something's happened to it. Smoke, ash, maybe something else. No stars, no light, just this suffocating gray veil hanging over everything. There's no breeze tonight, no birds, no bugs, no engine hum from trucks trying to get ahead of the heat. Just silence and the dull ticking of this fan behind me, spinning slower every hour. If you're listening, if you're out there, I want you to know this is real. This isn't a test. This isn't a movie or some post-apocalyptic podcast stunt. Something's changed, and whatever this is, it isn't temporary. It started 6 days ago. That's when the first reports came in. Not from the usual places. No alerts from NOAA. No official warnings from any government weather bureau. Just a few strange headlines popping up online. Sudden stratospheric collapse over northern hemisphere. Unexpected solar interaction with polar vortex. Temperature spike anomalies recorded from Greenland to Manitoba. Most people didn't even read the articles. I did. At first, I thought it was just more of the usual climate panic. But this is different. The first real sign something was wrong came that night. There was a strange hum in the air, like a pressure wave rolling through. People in Anchorage said their radios buzzed like they'd been hit with a shortwave pulse. In Seattle, people said the skies shimmered like oil on water. Then came the blackout. Every major station west of the Rockies went silent. No signal, no static, no emergency broadcast tone. Just dead air. And then, the heat. I know it's ironic. I know what the title of this broadcast says. Ice Age Apocalypse. But that's exactly what makes this so goddamn terrifying. The models said it was supposed to cool. That's what the collapse of the jet stream meant, right? A sudden cooling. A global chill. The next little ice age. But it didn't happen that way. Instead, The cold air that used to swirl around the poles collapsed inward, and with it, the balance holding the rest of the planet's atmosphere in check just snapped. The stratosphere folded in on itself and shoved all that trapped heat back down to the surface like a reverse vacuum seal. Now, the cold is trapped high above us, and we're cooking down here like meat sealed under plastic wrap. I had a friend. She worked at the UAF Climate Research Center. Her name was Sarah. She called me the night it started, sounding breathless, half panicked, talking faster than I've ever heard her talk. She said, "We were wrong. We were wrong about everything." And then she started talking about something called a tropopause inversion, something about the ozone fracturing and redirecting long-wave radiation inward instead of out. I didn't really understand most of it, but I understood her voice. I'd known her for 10 years. That night was the first time she sounded like she believed we weren't going to make it. Then the line went dead. Nobody's heard from her since. Since then, we've been watching this place unravel one system at a time. On day 2, the power grid failed across most of Canada and the northern US. The backup plants couldn't hold. Something about the load balancing algorithms freaking out with the heat surges. Or maybe it was a cyber attack. Nobody said anything official. Cell networks followed within hours. The towers overheated, or the control nodes shut themselves down to avoid electrical fires. I don't know. I'm not an engineer. But what I do know is that now, 6 days later, you can't call anyone unless you've got a working ham rig, and even those are starting to fade. Hospitals, gone. Food shipments, gone. Emergency services? What emergency services? On day 4, I watched a convoy try to move through the city. 7 trucks, 4 military, 3 civilian. They were trying to evacuate the medical center, mostly elderly and critical care patients. But the asphalt on the main highway had liquefied in the heat. Tires started melting, engines failed, and then the people inside those trucks just stayed. Because there was no way to walk through the heat. You can't. You can't breathe in this kind of air without burning your lungs. I tried to get to them. I really did. But I passed out halfway across the parking lot. Woke up 5 hours later with second-degree burns on the side of my face that was exposed to the sun. I haven't left the basement level since. None of us have. That's something else. I should have said this earlier. There are 4 of us down here. Me, 2 students who were working the campus radio program when this all hit, and a janitor named Vincent. He's the one who showed us how to rig the power bank from car batteries. He doesn't talk much. But without him, we wouldn't still be alive. We've got some food, a water filter, not much else. The wind turbine on the roof gives us maybe 2 hours of radio power per night if we don't run anything else. It's enough. For now. This is the part where I wish I could tell you what to do next. Where to go. Who's in charge. Where the safe zones are. But there's nothing. Not even the usual lies from politicians. No FEMA updates. No National Guard broadcasts. No live streams from the Capitol. It's just silent. Like they left the stage and forgot to tell the rest of us the show was canceled. What we do have are the calls. Every night we get a few, not many, and sometimes they're too broken up to hear clearly. But they're real people, real voices, still out there. Last night we got one from a man named Danny. He said he was holed up in an old church basement in Casper, Wyoming. He said the church bell melted off its frame. He was boiling rainwater on a camping stove and trying to keep his 3 kids cool by wrapping them in wet towels. He said one of the kids was coughing blood. said the air felt like it had weight, like it was sitting on his chest. He didn't ask for help. He just wanted someone to know they were still breathing. I think that's all any of us want now. Someone to know we're still breathing. If you're still listening, I want you to stay calm. I know how hard that is right now. I know how tempting it is to just give up. To lie back and close your eyes and pretend this isn't real. But we can't do that. Not yet. We have to stay alert. We have to be smart. Here's what we've learned so far. Keep low. The heat rises, but the air down in basements and sublevels stays a few degrees cooler. Don't run generators during the day. They'll overheat in minutes. Use them at night, and only if you've got ventilation. Don't trust the sky. Whatever's blocking out the light is not protecting you. The UV levels are still through the roof. We measured it yesterday with an old meter from the campus lab. It maxed out in under 10 seconds, even with the smoke cover. That means skin damage in less than 5 minutes. If you have mirrors or foil, use them to redirect heat away from doorways and windows. If you've got chalk or white paint, mark your outer walls. Reflective surfaces help more than you'd think. If you're trying to grow anything, keep it shaded. Everything exposed is burning. Even the moss. I've never seen moss burn. And if you're lucky enough to be near water, protect it. Cover your barrels. Bury your reserves. The evaporation rate is insane. We lost 3 gallons yesterday, just from a cracked lid. If you're in the South, Phoenix, Las Vegas, Houston, I don't know if you're still out there. I really don't. But if you are, and you can hear me, I need to know what it's like down there. If this is bad up here in the north, I can't imagine what it's doing to the southern belt. I'll keep broadcasting as long as I can. If you've got a working ham set, or even a CB with long-wave pickup, try scanning 101.3 FM. That's where I'm putting out most of these updates. If that's not working, try 740 AM. The signal's weaker there, but it's got better range after midnight. If you're listening from Canada, I've been hearing rumors. Rumors that some of the northern provinces have gone dark entirely. Saskatchewan, Alberta. Places that should have had snow this time of year are now hitting 90 degrees at midnight. People are saying the ice fields melted in under 48 hours. That's not just bad news for them. That's the kind of mass displacement that'll send the rest of us reeling. Anyway, I need to switch over power to recharge for the morning, but I'll be back. I'll be back every night I can. We're not gone yet. Not all of us. Keep cool. Keep breathing. Don't give up. This is the frozen world now. It's 3:22 a.m. I'm back on the air. Barely. Power came on late tonight. Wind died down earlier than usual. Vincent had to climb the northeast stairwell again to realign the rig after a gust spun the blade into the side rail. We were scared it had snapped, but it's still holding. If it goes, this whole setup goes with it. We've got maybe 1 or 2 more days of juice before the batteries degrade past usable. But it's quiet again. For now. And I need to talk. I need to get this down while it's still fresh. Maybe someone's listening. Around 1 a.m., the air outside dropped. Not in temperature, just in weight. That's the best way I can describe it. Like something heavy got lifted. For the first time in days, we cracked the emergency hatch in the janitor's crawl space. It's only 6 inches wide and covered with 3 layers of blackout cloth, but it let in a draft. And for once, it didn't feel like a furnace. We took turns breathing near it. Not sticking our heads out, just being near it. It's strange how air can taste like something. This tasted clean. No burning plastic. No electric tang. Just wind. I don't know what that means. I'm afraid to get hopeful. But then the scanner picked something up. We've had the military band running in the background for days. Static, mostly. And sometimes weird clipped signals. What we think might be burst transmissions or maybe just system errors. But tonight, we got a voice. Clear. Flat. Male. Said, Unit 9 confirmed lost. Repeat, Unit 9 confirmed lost. Evac route compromised. Denver Command falling back to Red Line 2. Repeat, fall back to Red Line 2. Civilians not cleared. Maintain visual suppression. Then static again. We played it back 3 times. It's real. It's not a glitch. That was less than an hour ago. If anyone's in Colorado, if anyone knows what Red Line 2 is, please call in. Please. Because that wasn't a rescue order. That was a retreat. I need to say this out loud now, because I don't think we've admitted it to ourselves. There's no one coming to save us. Not this time. That's what today taught me. Earlier this afternoon, we got a visitor. That's not normal. No one's been down here except us for 6 days. The surface is too dangerous. But just after sunset, someone knocked on the old maintenance door that leads into the western stairwell. We froze. I thought it might be heat stroke playing tricks on me. I didn't say anything. But then it came again. 3 knocks. Pause. Then 2 more. I grabbed the wrench. Vincent had the extinguisher. One of the kids, Kayla, had the old handheld scanner. We didn't speak. We just waited. Then we heard the voice. She said her name was Melissa. Said she'd been walking since Monday. Said she followed our signal. We opened the outer door, just a crack. She was there. Real. Human. Eyes puffy, lips cracked, skin raw from exposure. She had on 2 coats, wrapped in some kind of reflective windshield tarp. Said she'd been surviving off bottled water she stole from a disabled vending truck on the bypass. She hadn't eaten in 2 days. We let her in. She cried when she saw the light. Not because it was bright, because it was warm. She sat on the floor and held her hands up to the backup lantern and cried like a kid finding their way home. We fed her. Slowly. Just a bit of rehydrated soup to see how she'd handle it. She thanked us every few seconds. Couldn't stop. Then she told us what she saw out there. She said the roads were empty, but not clean, not cleared. She saw cars melted into pavement, door handles that had warped and sunk into the metal frames, asphalt bubbling under tire treads, skulls and passenger seats scorched white. She said the sun came down at angles that didn't feel normal, that the shadows weren't consistent, that they stretched like ribbons across the hills. She passed by a high school with windows that had burst inward from the heat and found a stash of water bottles near the lockers. Whoever put them there had written a note in marker on the floor. Come back after sundown. We're watching from the auditorium. But when she checked that side of the building later that night, it had burned out. She never saw anyone. She said she hasn't seen another living person in 3 days. But here's the part I can't stop thinking about. She said the sky is changing color. Not at sunrise or sunset. In the middle of the day. Like a pulse. Like the light flickers in different shades. Not blues. Not oranges. Colors she couldn't name. She said it made her feel sick when it happened. Dizzy. Like time skipped. She said it's only started in the last 48 hours. She thinks it's connected to the magnetic field. That's what she said. I didn't ask where she got that idea. But she said her ears ring when it happens. that her fillings hurt, that birds fell out of the sky in front of her, twitching, seizing. She used to be a vet tech, said she recognized the symptoms from animals with neurological inflammation. I don't know if it's true, but it scares the hell out of me. We gave her the cot in the corner. She's asleep now, still twitching. Her hands clench sometimes, like she's reliving something. I hope we didn't bring death through that door. But it's hard to care right now. She's alive. That's enough. I want to talk about what happened with the radio tower tonight. For anyone listening in from northern Canada, you might have felt this too. Around 10:20 p.m., we lost signal completely. Not just our station, the entire band. Every frequency went dead. Just blank. No static, no hiss, no background hum. It was like someone turned off the concept of radio itself. Then, 30 seconds later, boom. The tower next to the old student union went up in flames. No explosion, just ignition. Like it had reached a flashpoint all at once. Aluminum skeleton warped in seconds. The antenna melted down the side like wax. We watched from the stairwell hatch. You could feel the heat even underground. No lightning, no sparks, no human error. It just caught fire. That means something. I don't know what yet. But it wasn't natural. Towers don't just burn on their own like that, especially when they're not active. We salvaged what we could from the backup gear closet. That's how we're still broadcasting. But it's temporary. We can't replace anything that breaks now. This is going to sound crazy, but I need to get it out. I think something in the upper atmosphere is changing the way energy flows. Not just heat, not just light, but the behavior of electricity itself. We had a battery pack, brand new, never used, short out yesterday for no reason. Just fizzled. It wasn't even plugged in. And the scanner has started picking up pulses that don't match anything on the known spectrum. I wrote down one of them. It repeated 5 times over the span of an hour. 132/0.118/0.098/132/0.118. It doesn't match a signal ID, at least not from any guide I know. But the timing of it, it's regular, like a heartbeat. Or a countdown. I'll keep watching. I have to say this out loud. I think we passed the point of recovery days ago. I think the world we knew is gone. Burned from the inside out. And the weird part is, it's not even fire that did it. It's pressure. That's what this feels like now. Like the earth itself is cracking under pressure. We got a shortwave message earlier tonight. Could barely make it out through the interference. It came in on a southern band, unusual for this time of year. The voice identified herself as Layla from Mobile, Alabama. Said she was speaking from a high school basement converted into a shelter. Said they were housing 19 people, mostly seniors and kids. No cooling system, just ice blocks made from rainwater stored underground. She said, they've lost 11 people in the last 2 days from organ failure. No visible injuries, no trauma, just systems shutting down from heat stress. She said one man's blood literally cooked in his veins. Their last thermometer broke yesterday when it read 123. Layla ended the message with this. It's like the sun stopped caring. That hit me harder than I thought it would. I keep wondering where everyone is, the real ones, the leaders, the scientists, the people who are supposed to show up when something like this happens. The truth is, I think they've gone underground, literally. Bunkers, government shelters, deep sites no one talks about. I wouldn't even blame them. This heat isn't survivable anymore, not for long. But what about the rest of us? What about the people who didn't get an invitation? I keep thinking about how many of us won't even be remembered. No gravestones, no names on a list, just gone. And yet, somehow, people are still holding on. Melissa did. Layla did. Danny from Wyoming. That guy who called in from Kansas City 2 nights ago and told us how he used duct tape to build a swamp cooler out of a toilet fan and a wet towel. We're still trying. Even now. So if you're hearing this, I want you to write this down. These are the names of people still alive, still fighting, still breathing. Melissa, Fairbanks, Alaska. Layla, Mobile, Alabama. Danny, Casper, Wyoming. Tommy, Kansas City, Missouri. Unknown voice. Sunset Hill. We don't know the city, but the voice said those words before cutting out. That's 5 people. And us. 4 in this room. We're not done yet. This is the new world. It's not cold. Not like they said it would be. But it's still an ice age in its own way. Cold in the sense that the systems we counted on are gone. Cold in the way people have gone silent. Cold in the way the sky looks back at you now, like it doesn't recognize you anymore. But you're still here. So am I. I'll be back on at 4:30 if we've got the charge. If not, then sometime tomorrow night. We'll make it work. Keep your mirrors up. Keep your air filtered. Watch the sky. And don't give up. This is still your world. This is the frozen world. It's 4:52 a.m., still no sunrise. We should be in full light by now. Even with the smoke, there's usually something, an orange glow, or at least a pale smudge across the clouds. But today, nothing. Just darkness stretching out like a tarp pulled over the whole sky. I don't know if it's cloud cover, ash, or something else. But it's like the sun gave up. Like even it doesn't want to see what's left. We got a second wind charge from the rig. Enough to come back on air for a short broadcast. Vincent says one of the fans is grinding now. Bearings probably melted a little in yesterday's spike. He's going to take it apart in the morning. We're rationing power now, 20 minutes at a time. I'm using tonight's slot because something happened, and I need to say it while I still have the words. I think someone nearby broke. I mean really broke. About an hour ago, Kayla, one of the students here, picked up something on the scanner. Weak signal, barely audible. But it repeated. 3 words. Too hot, sorry. It repeated 6 times, then cut out. We boosted the antenna and got a better lock. Transmission was coming from less than a mile away. North Campus housing, maybe. Then, maybe 20 minutes later, we saw the plume. A fire. Big one. Looked like someone poured fuel all over the second floor of one of the dorm buildings and lit a match. No movement. No sounds. Just the fire. Then it collapsed. We haven't gone out to check. We won't. There's nothing we could do now. But we know what that was. We don't need to ask. I don't even know her name. She must have had no more water, or food, or hope. And when the heat presses in like this, when the power's gone, when your body starts to shake from dehydration, and the air hurts to breathe, it makes sense. In some twisted way, it makes sense. But I still hate it. Because that should never feel like a reasonable choice. And it does now. That's the part that scares me most. I want to believe we're not animals. That we're more than just meat and reflexes. But in this new world, those ideas get blurry I still remember when the power went off for good. It was day 3. We waited. We thought maybe it was just rolling outages, the usual summer thing, grid strain. But it didn't come back, and the emergency tones stopped, and the phone lines went quiet. Even the weather station, dead. There's no backup generator big enough to bring back a country, and nobody seems to be running the show anymore. You know what's funny? I used to think we'd see the end coming. Like meteors, nuclear fire, sirens and screaming. But this wasn't loud. It didn't come like that. It came quietly. Like someone turning down the volume on the world until all you could hear was your own breath. There's no war, no enemy, just heat and silence. We tried calling the last functioning local government line today, the number that used to be city services. Got a voicemail box still working. Guess it's hosted off-site. The message just said, "You've reached the Department of Civic Response. If you are calling about heat-related emergency conditions, please contact your regional command station. For all other concerns, please remain indoors and await further instructions." There is no regional command station. There is no one coming. I want to tell you about a message we picked up last night. I didn't say anything earlier because I wanted to be sure it wasn't a prank or leftover test broadcast. It was short, pre-recorded, rough audio, probably made on a laptop mic. The speaker identified himself as Dr. Issam Karimi, said he was, or used to be, senior atmospheric scientist at NOAA, based out of the Boulder facility. He said what we're experiencing isn't a traditional atmospheric collapse. He said it's a cascade failure triggered by high-altitude cloud seeding gone wrong. His words, the supersaturation layer was supposed to form a cooling ceiling. Instead, it created a refractive barrier that bends long-wave infrared radiation back to the surface, amplifying heat retention by a factor of 1.8. I didn't catch the science at first, but Vincent explained it. Imagine you put a mirror dome over the planet. Now imagine the dome lets sunlight in but traps all the heat trying to bounce out. That's what they did. Or tried to do. A last-ditch effort to delay warming, to buy time. Instead, they built an oven. The broadcast cut off after that. No location given, no coordinates. But it's out there. Somebody tried to fix the planet, and now we're living in their mistake. We got a call about an hour ago. The kind that sticks with you. Woman, maybe mid-30s. Hard to tell over the static. Said her name was Harper. She's in Nova Scotia. Yes, Canada. She said the sea boiled. Her exact words. The sea boiled. She lives, or lived, less than half a mile from the coast. Said her whole village lost power the same day as us, but they were trying to make it work. Fishing, purifying salt water, using solar reflectors to cook. Then one day, they walked down to the bay to check the crab traps, and the whole shoreline was steaming. Real, thick white steam coming off the waves. Birds were dead. Fish floating. Beach sand warped like glass in some places. She said her skin blistered after 2 minutes. They moved inland that night. She lost her parents during the hike. Heat stroke. Collapsed and couldn't be moved. She buried them in a ditch with her bare hands. She said she hasn't cried since. She just talks. Keeps moving. Keeps transmitting. Said she's headed west. Doesn't know why. Just doesn't want to die by the ocean. She said something else I haven't stopped thinking about. I don't believe the planet's trying to kill us. I think it's trying to make sure we don't come back. She laughed when she said it. I didn't. I want to talk about what we're seeing with the sky now. There's a pattern. We're all noticing it. It's not just smoke. It's not just haze. It moves. Every night, around the same time, between 11:30 p.m. and 1 a.m., the sky pulses, like a dim flash, like something in the upper layers is reacting. Vincent says it looks like auroras, but wrong. Like the wrong color palette. Purples and greens you can't name. And it's silent. Totally silent. If you've seen this too, please call in. We need to understand it. I'm starting to think this isn't just climate failure. I think it's something more. We got a message scrawled in graphite on a sheet of packing paper. Someone slipped it under the locked courtyard gate 2 days ago. No name, no date. Just this sentence. They seeded the stratosphere. Now it's bleeding. What does that mean? I don't know. But it doesn't feel like metaphor. I'm losing my focus. My throat is dry again. Even with our filters and the damp cloths, it's like breathing sand some nights. I'm sorry if I sound worn out. I am. I've slept maybe 4 hours total in the last 2 days. Melissa's still not doing great. Her fever broke yesterday, but now she's coughing up blood. She says she's fine, but she's not. We don't know what's wrong. Could be heat lung. Could be something worse. We don't have antibiotics, just hope. Vincent made her a cooling vest using some aluminum foil and surgical tubing we found in the lab's supply closet. Rigged it with a water bag. Keeps her from overheating. For now. That man doesn't talk much, but he keeps all of us alive. He used to be a field medic. Iraq, I think. Or maybe Afghanistan. He doesn't say. But the way he moves, you can tell he's been through something like this before. Not this exactly. Nothing is like this. But something close enough to know what to do when the world goes wrong. Kayla's working on mapping survivor signals. She's been logging every call-in, every ping, every scrap of chatter we get. We've got dots now. Real places, real people. Even if we never see them, they're there. I want to end this transmission with something I heard in a dream. I think it was a dream. It was 2 nights ago. I was half asleep, lying near the battery bank, trying not to think about how loud my own heartbeat sounded. And then I heard a voice, whisper soft, like it was coming through the radio, but the radio was off. It said, "We don't freeze in this ice age. We burn." And then silence. I don't know what that means, but it feels true. I'll be back tomorrow night. If the turbine holds, if the batteries charge, if the world doesn't fold in on itself. Keep your water covered. Keep your lights dim. Keep your mind sharp. This is the frozen world. We are still here. It's 2:47 a.m. The battery's held. Barely. Vincent jury-rigged a bypass using copper wire stripped from the old lab microscope chargers. It bought us 20 more minutes of broadcast time. The wind's still dead outside. No turbines spinning tonight. The air feels thick again, like we're underwater. Like every inhale is being filtered through someone else's lungs. We had to move Melissa. She was seizing earlier, twice. No fever now, but her fingers are going numb, and the whites of her eyes are starting to turn gray. Not red, gray, like something's shutting down inside her. I keep hearing the same 2 words from survivors calling in. Boiling blood. That's what it feels like for most people now. Like the heat isn't just outside anymore. like it's gotten under the skin. Vincent thinks it might be a kind of protein breakdown. He says once core body temperature hits 106, your blood can start to denature, literally cook you from inside. We've been laying her near the water tank, lining the floor with wet shirts. It's all we can do. She still talks sometimes, mostly gibberish, but earlier tonight she said a name. Eli. I think it's her son, or her husband, or maybe just someone she lost. I didn't ask. We got a signal earlier, not a voice, just a ping, a digital echo on frequency 97.1, modulated, encrypted. Vincent says it matches military handshake patterns, not American, Canadian. But something's different. The return ping doesn't have the right timing. He thinks it's automated, or maybe worse, intercepted. We tried replying with the standard ID burst, got nothing back. Either the station's unmanned or whoever's on the other end doesn't want to talk. Kayla's been sketching the sky again. She says the aurora pulses are starting to form shapes. I told her that was probably just sleep deprivation. She didn't argue, just showed me her notebook. I didn't know what I was looking at until she pointed it out. It was the same pattern we picked up on the scanner 3 days ago. 132/0.118/0.098/132/0.118. She thinks the pulses match it. Light and radio, both following the same timing. She said, I think someone's trying to say something. I don't know what scares me more, if she's right, or if she's not. I want to read a message we got last night, handwritten, folded into a plastic sandwich bag, and taped to the old generator door outside the engineering wing. It says, I heard your broadcast. You're not the only ones. There's a group of us near Chena Ridge. We've got food, some power, maybe a way out. If you're reading this, signal at 101.3 FM with Morse. 3 long, 2 short. We'll be listening. No name, no date. But the ink was fresh, and the bag wasn't sun-warped. That means someone else is close. Someone who heard us. We sent the Morse ping an hour ago. Still waiting on a reply. If anyone out there knows someone in Chena Ridge, if you're part of that group, please reply. We're not looking for a handout, just proof we're not insane for holding on. We had another call earlier. Man named Roshan said he was a systems tech at a geothermal plant in Iceland until last month. His accent was light, but the English was clear. Said he was listening to international shortwave. What's left of it anyway? He said something strange. He said the planet's rotation is changing. Not dramatically, not visibly, but enough that orbital measurements are starting to drift. Satellites aren't where they're supposed to be. Ground-to-space pings are lagging, and some amateur stations in Europe are losing track of the sun. He called it thermal tilt. Said the temperature gradient between hemispheres is off balance, and it's pulling the crust, just slightly, just enough to warp the axis. I asked him what that meant, what it leads to. He didn't answer, just said, "This is how planets die." Then he hung up. I keep wondering if this was a mistake, a miscalculation. Is there any way to reverse it? Or is it already locked in? We haven't seen a single official emergency broadcast in 5 days. I think we've reached the blackout phase. That's what FEMA calls it. The point in a level 1 failure, where coordinated information is deemed more dangerous than silence. Once the public can't be managed, the protocol shifts to operational preservation. In short, go quiet. Let the panic itself out. Let the people disappear on their own. I hate thinking like that, but the pattern fits. No updates, no orders, no relief. Just darkness and heat. I want to play a voice log we received. It's old, maybe recorded before everything fell apart, but it only came through tonight. The voice is male, mid-40s, calm, controlled. He says, "If this reaches anyone, my name is Dr. Farid Manas. I'm, or was, lead coordinator at the Atacama Monitoring Array in Chile. Our instruments began picking up refracted UV signatures consistent with solar lensing 3 weeks before the first stratospheric collapse. We believed it was a local phenomenon. We were wrong. The anomaly isn't just atmospheric, it's geomagnetic. Something is altering the upper atmospheric charge distribution, and it's changing how radiation behaves inside the magnetosphere. If this continues, the planet's thermal equilibrium will shatter, and we won't freeze, we'll cook. Slowly, quietly, from the inside out. Then the file ends. It's dated 18 days ago. I wonder if he's still alive. I need to say something. Earlier tonight, I almost gave up. I was sitting in the stairwell, listening to the concrete expand and crack from the heat. I could feel the sweat dripping from the back of my neck. My vision was blurring from dehydration. And for 1 second, just one, I thought, maybe I should just stop. Maybe I should lay down and let it happen. Because I'm tired. I'm so tired. But then I heard a sound I haven't heard in a week. Laughter. Melissa. She was laughing. Weak, raspy, but real. She was talking in her sleep, saying something about lemon snow cones and a dog named Jellybean. And I realized she's still dreaming. She still has something left. If she can laugh in a dream, maybe I can hold on one more night. So I came back down, and I turned the mic back on. Because someone might be listening. You might be listening, and I owe it to all of you. Every single voice we've heard, every person still breathing out there, to keep going. Even if it's just words in the dark, even if it's the last light we've got, we are not gone. Not yet. This is the frozen world, and we're still in it. I'll be back. It's 3:41 a.m. Still dark, still nothing from the ridge. We sent another signal burst just after midnight. 3 long, 2 short, same as they asked. No reply. It's been 16 hours. We're hoping the message was just delayed. Maybe they had to move. Maybe their equipment burned out. Maybe they're listening, just not ready to talk. But maybe not. The thing is, hope starts to feel like a luxury after a while, like something you shouldn't waste energy on. Melissa hasn't spoken since yesterday. Her breathing's gone shallow. Skin's gone almost waxy now, like it's losing moisture from the inside. I keep checking her pulse, even though I know it won't help. I think part of me just wants the confirmation that she's still in there. I keep thinking about how much we take for granted when the world works, like a doctor just being down the road, a grocery store across the street, a fan, a wet rag, just the idea that something could be fixed. Now it's all improvisation. We're all survivalists now, whether we wanted to be or not. Kayla's been sleeping 2 hours at a time at most. She stays up listening to static, logging every twitch of signal like it means something. Her eyes are bloodshot. She started tying her shirt sleeves around her wrists because she says the skin feels like it's buzzing. Vincent keeps patching the turbine. The noise it makes when it catches the wind now is like this low groan, like metal remembering pain. We got another call tonight from a woman in Boston. Her name was Clara. Late 60s, maybe early 70s. She sounded like she used to be a teacher. You could hear it in the way she spoke. Slow, careful, like she was choosing each word like a puzzle piece. She said she was one of the last people left inside what used to be the Boston Public Library. Said she'd sealed off the West Wing with fire blankets and was keeping herself cool by sleeping under wet newspapers soaked in saline. She said it's quiet now. No more shouting, no more sirens, just the faint ticking of old pipes cooling unevenly in the heat. She said the Charles River is gone. Not dry, gone. Evaporated. She stayed on the line for 11 minutes. She recited poetry, told us about a story she used to read to her students when they were learning about the seasons. She said, "This isn't summer. This is something else." Then she stopped. I thought we lost the call. But she came back. Last thing she said was, "There's a light in the ceiling now, where the skylight used to be, but it doesn't behave like sunlight." Then she hung up. I keep thinking about that line. Doesn't behave like sunlight. We've been watching the light here too. It pulses now. It doesn't cast shadows the way it used to. It softens everything. Smears it. Like a filter. And it doesn't feel warm. It feels wrong. I want to say something I've been avoiding. I don't know what day it is anymore. We stopped counting after day 10. There's no more clocks that keep accurate time. The solar timers are useless now. The sun doesn't rise the same way. The sky's broken. So now we just count the hours between when the air feels breathable and when it doesn't. We sleep in shifts, eat when our hands stop shaking, and talk into this mic like someone out there still taking notes. But we don't know anymore. This might just be a whisper in a dead world. Still, I'm going to keep reading the names. The names of the people who called. The names we wrote on the board. Because names mean someone existed. Someone lived. Clara, Boston, Massachusetts. Roshan, North Atlantic Shortwave Relay. Harper, Nova Scotia. Layla, Mobile, Alabama. Melissa, Fairbanks, Alaska. Danny, Casper, Wyoming. Tommy, Kansas City. Eden, unknown location, but referenced Crater Road and a burned-out Jeep Cherokee. Hassan, outskirts of Las Vegas, last heard 3 nights ago. Nora, Cleveland. Signal too faint to verify. I'll keep reading them as long as I can. Every time I say a name, I feel a little more real. Like I'm not just narrating into the void. If you're out there, any of you, I want you to know we remember. We had a weird moment earlier tonight. Something I haven't been able to explain. At exactly 12:17 a.m., the signal meter jumped. Not a spike, not noise. A perfect tone, exactly 440 hertz. Middle A. It held for 10 seconds, then cut. I checked the logs. The timing wasn't random. It was exactly 1 hour after we sent the ridge signal. No metadata, no reply, just that single tone. I don't know what to make of it. We've been calling it the A note. We're going to try replying tomorrow. Kayla's building a response ping. Maybe someone's still trying to talk. Maybe it's automated. Maybe it's just a ghost. But we're going to try. Vincent said something earlier I can't stop thinking about. He was standing at the top of the stairwell, watching the moonlight, or whatever it is now, leak through the blackout curtains, and he said, "I think this isn't just heat. I think we cracked something open." I asked him what he meant. He just shook his head, said, "The planet had systems in place, safety valves, pressure regulators, and we broke all of them." Then he went back to work. He's not the kind of man who talks without reason. So now I'm wondering, what did we crack? What did we let out? I've been having dreams. I don't usually talk about them, not on air. But lately, they're getting louder, more vivid. The last one, I was walking down a hallway made of glass. Beneath me was earth, scorched and black. Above me was water, thick, endless water, and there were voices in it. Not speaking words, just vibrations, like whale song tuned too high. And then I saw people floating up there, like they'd drowned in the sky. I woke up gasping. My sheets were soaked. Not with sweat, condensation, like something cold had passed through. We haven't had cool air in 10 days. I don't know what it means. Maybe nothing. Maybe this is just what happens when your body starts to decay from the inside out. Melissa's breathing just shifted, lighter now, like a whisper. I keep holding the mic close because I don't want to miss it if she says something else. I want you to know. I didn't used to believe in any of this. Not the end of days, not the collapse, not the fragility. I thought systems had backups, that people had fail-safes, that the worst-case scenario always came with a safety net. I don't believe that anymore. But I do believe in you. I believe in whoever is still listening. Because if you're still alive, if you're still breathing in this poisoned heat, you are not weak. You are not forgotten. You are the reason this mic is still on. You are the reason we keep spinning the turbine, changing the filters, watching the sky. You matter. You always did. This is the frozen world, but the voices haven't frozen. Not yet. I'll be back tomorrow, or maybe it's already tomorrow. Time is strange now, but I'll be back. Stay underground, stay shaded. Keep your signal tight. We are still here. It's 4:18 a.m., the ridge responded. They heard us. I don't know how long I've been holding my breath, waiting to say those words. We almost gave up. We almost stopped sending the signal. But just before 3 a.m., it came through. Short burst transmission. Garbled at first, but Kayla cleaned it up through the preamp. 3 words. Confirmed. Repeated twice. Signal received. Alive. Alive. God. Vincent didn't say anything. He just closed his eyes and sat down. Kayla cried. It's not a full conversation. It's not an invitation. But it's the first proof, real proof, that there are still people out there close enough to reach. We sent back a secondary ID, coordinates, basic vitals, power status, then silence. But silence feels different now. Before, it meant isolation. Now, it might mean preparation. We've started getting ready to move. I don't know what that even looks like yet. We can't carry much. We don't know how far it is. But we can't sit here forever either. The turbine's grinding louder. The battery housing smells like warm copper. And Melissa's not improving. If we're going to get her help, it has to be soon. And maybe, just maybe, we weren't supposed to survive this long. Maybe the fact that we're still here means something. I want to believe that. We're starting inventory tonight. Food, water, remaining coolant. Vincent thinks we'll need to rig a rolling sled if we want to move the radio. Kayla's been collecting map fragments and solar shade cloth from the physics lab. It feels like something's waking up in us. Movement again. Purpose. But I need to be honest. I'm scared. Leaving this place, this bunker, this sound booth. It feels like stepping off a ledge we can't see the bottom of. Out there is death. Worse than death. The kind of heat that takes the breath out of your lungs before you even know you're choking. But staying? Staying might mean something worse. Dying in place, without trying. I got a voice ping from someone new tonight. Shortwave. Female voice, calm but clipped. Identified herself only as Erin. Location: near St. Louis, Missouri. Said she's part of a group still sheltering in an underground flood tunnel system. Something connected to an old brewery or distillery. Said they've got water, some light. But the air quality's worsening by the hour. Said the ceilings are starting to crack from thermal stress. Said something strange, too. She said, "The sky isn't just dark, it's listening." I asked her what that meant. She said when they tried transmitting an emergency burst at full wattage, the sky above their tunnel shimmered, like the clouds thinned, and for about 10 seconds, the heat surged to 127 degrees. Inside. She said it felt like punishment. I told her that wasn't possible. She said she didn't care. She said, "It hurt us." And it answered. Then she cut the line. I don't know what to make of that. But I keep thinking back to those pulses we saw. Those perfectly timed bands of color in the night sky. That steady middle A on the signal meter. Is it just atmospheric resonance? Or are we dealing with something new? I don't want to go down that road. Not yet. Not tonight. But I'm writing it down, saying it out loud. Because if something's changed in the way the Earth works, we have to be honest about it. Kayla brought up something I haven't thought about in days. She said, "Do you think the ridge has children?" I hadn't considered it. I hope they do. I hope there are still kids somewhere, still drawing on walls, still asking questions, still imagining things instead of surviving them. But then again, maybe they don't. Maybe they're like us, barely holding on, people hardened by the quiet. We found another signal tonight. Weak. Analog AM band. Scrambled, buried under 2 layers of static. But the voice, God, the voice. It sounded like someone reading a story. An old man, maybe 70s. Calm, clear, deliberate. He was reading something about the Arctic Circle, about a place that used to be permafrost and is now ocean. Said something about mammoths being found almost intact. Hair and tissue still soft. Eyelids still in place. He said, "What once froze to preserve now melts to erase." We traced the signal to somewhere in Alberta. No return contact. But it was there. Real. People are still talking, even if they think no one's listening. Vincent started assembling a portable power box tonight. Nothing fancy. Just a sealed lead-acid rig with 2 hand-crank backups. Enough to keep a handheld scanner running, maybe even the small transceiver. He's planning for travel. He hasn't said it, but I can see it. We're all thinking the same thing. The ridge is the last thread. If we don't reach them, I don't know what we do. We can't stay in the walls of a campus basement forever. They're sweating now. The walls. Concrete shouldn't sweat. But there's moisture forming at the edges. Steam condensation. The outside pressure is shifting. We heard a boom earlier. Distant. Could have been a transformer. Could have been a building collapse. But it echoed like a wave. The kind that moves through ground, not air. I want to read another name into the log. Aaron, St. Louis Underground. Clara, Boston. Melissa. Here, barely. Kayla. Here, still fighting. Vincent. Here, still fixing. Roshan, System Tech. Layla, Mobile, Alabama. Harper, Nova Scotia. Danny, Wyoming. Eden, unknown. Tommy, Kansas City. Nora, Cleveland. Old Reader, Alberta. AMBIENT. Every name is a light, even if we never see them again. I don't know what the ridge will say next. Maybe nothing. Maybe we're walking into an illusion, or a trap, or nothing at all. But I'd rather move toward a voice than die next to silence. We're leaving a note, just in case. A broadcast loop, battery powered, on frequency 101.3 FM. Simple message. Tells where we went, what direction. Tells anyone else who finds this place what we tried to do. We'll trigger the loop once we know the batteries won't catch fire. I can't believe I just said that. That's the kind of thing you say now. Not, when is help coming? Not, what's the forecast? But, how hot can a battery get before it explodes? The new world. The frozen world? Except it's not frozen in temperature. It's frozen in motion. Time stopped. System stopped. People paused mid-life and never unpaused. And here we are. Still broadcasting. Still here. We'll be on air again before we leave. One more check-in. One more push. Then it's just dust, heat, and footsteps. I'll talk to you soon. Stay alive. Stay human. We still matter. It's 2:03 a.m. This will probably be my last broadcast from this room. I'm looking at the board now. The wall where we wrote down names. The schedule. The radio codes. A calendar that stopped making sense 2 weeks ago. We're packing what we can. Water, a map, 3 portable power bricks, one of them rigged with copper leads and heat shielding from the chemistry lab. Vincent welded a makeshift wagon using dorm furniture legs and bike tires he pulled off the outdoor rack. It squeaks like hell, but it rolls. That's what matters. Kayla's cataloging the food, what little's left. We've got maybe 3 days of high-calorie rations if we split them in half. We're going, the Ridge confirmed. They replied at 11:42 p.m. Exact coordinates. Entry protocol. Warning about surface exposure times. They said to approach during the lowest temperature window, between 3:30 and 5 a.m., and to use rooftop reflective cloth as signal confirmation. Said they'd light a beacon if they saw the confirmation flash. Said they'd wait exactly 1 hour. If we don't make it in that window, that's it. We're not bringing the full radio rig, just the field unit. This one right here. The mic you're hearing me through now. The studio's staying behind. It's too big, too heavy, too wired in. We'll leave the loop running, if we can trust the battery to hold a slow trickle. Simple message. We moved. We're still here. If you hear this, so are you. I thought I'd feel relief. I thought I'd be happy to leave. But right now, all I feel is sadness. This room kept us alive. These walls, the low hum of the inverter, the makeshift tarp we used to black out the stairwell window. It's ugly and small and hot. but it became a kind of home. Melissa's not awake. She hasn't been for most of the day. Her body temp is low now. Not high, low. We don't know what that means. Her hands are cold, her breath shallow. We tried mouth-wetting her every 2 hours with gauze soaked in electrolyte water. It helps. A little. Vincent made a carry sling using old bed sheets and an aluminum walker frame. We'll strap her to the top of the gear load. She'll ride with us. She's not dying here. We're not leaving her behind. Kayla found an old Polaroid in the comms room. It still had one picture left. She used it to take a photo of the names board. Taped the picture to Melissa's shirt. Said, just in case they ask who we are. She's 16. She's been keeping us all on track. When we first lost the grid, she was the one who scavenged the chemistry closet for anything that could make water cooler last longer. She was the one who mapped the stairwell to avoid hotspots. She found the soundproof blankets in the abandoned music room and turned this booth into something we could actually sleep in without baking alive. I keep forgetting she's just a kid. I keep forgetting any of us used to be someone else. We're going to start moving in less than 90 minutes. It'll take us about 45 to reach the edge of the ridge perimeter, assuming the path isn't blocked. Vincent says we'll be at risk for about 12 of those minutes, the final push up the exposed concrete hill where the shadows break. We'll soak our shirts in ice packs before then, the last two. We'll run it if we have to. The ridge said they've got shielding, cooling, power, underground air cycling, even a medical technician. I don't know if I believe all of it, but I believe they're real. And right now, that's more than enough. We got a final shortwave tonight. Faint, broken, but readable. Guy named Arjun. Said he's with a group in northern Utah, staying inside a decommissioned missile silo. Said they've been off-grid since before the collapse. Full prep team, agricultural engineers, 2 doctors, about 30 people. They're listening. They've been listening for days. He said, "Your voice reminds us we're not sealed in here alone." That got to me more than I want to admit. He didn't ask for help. He didn't offer it. He just wanted us to know that he heard us. Said they call it skyfall. That's their word for what happened. Said their meteorologist tracked a sudden drop in stratospheric particulate stability 3 days before the first temp spikes. Said the readings were impossible. Like the upper atmosphere folded in on itself. That's the third person now to describe it that way. Folded, cracked, refracted. It wasn't supposed to happen. But it did. Kayla's packing the last of the radio equipment now. The old signal repeater, the notebook of frequencies, the last dry pen. We'll leave a trail behind, marks in chalk. Not on the ground, on the walls, in places that don't catch light. That's something Vincent said. He said, never leave a mark where the sun can read it. We don't know what's up there anymore. But we know it watches. I want to say goodbye to this room, just for me, to the dust, the walls, the crack in the ceiling above the mic stand where condensation used to drip onto my shoulder at 4 a.m., to the signal that never gave out until we did. I'm not going to say this is the end, because it's not, but it's the end of this chapter. One more thing before we go. Kayla left a message in the battery repeater that'll play on loop after we're gone. It says, if you find this place, you survived the first wave. That means something. You're still here. So were we. We left this signal for you, not to tell you where we went, but to tell you why. Because we believed there was still something out there worth walking toward. Don't stay still. Don't wait for rescue. It's not coming. go find what's left. And when you do, write your name down. Read it aloud. That's how you make a signal. That's how you stay real. You're not alone. We'll be leaving in 57 minutes. I'll record the rest of the journey if I can. Short bursts, updates, keep the log alive. Maybe we'll hear new voices. Maybe we'll see a new sky. Maybe we'll find a place where the air doesn't boil, and the walls don't sweat, and the sun can be trusted again. Until then, stay alive. Keep moving. This was the frozen world. We're walking out of it now. The heat hit harder than we expected, even in the dark. The second we stepped out from the stairwell, it felt like we were stepping into a kiln. The wind had stopped completely. No movement in the trees, if you can even call them trees anymore. Just brittle outlines, hollow trunks without leaves. Silent. We stayed low. Vincent took point, pushing the gear sled ahead with one arm, other hand holding the infrared scanner. I had Melissa strapped to my back. She's still unconscious, pulses weak, but steady. Kayla followed behind, hand on the tether, checking the reflective tarp draped over us. We looked like a walking piece of foil, hunched and dragging weight. We moved fast. No talking. Just footsteps. The crunch of debris. The creak of warped concrete. We passed 2 cars, melted to the pavement. One of them still had its airbag halfway deployed. The other had no windows, just a burned frame and a shadow outline of where someone used to be. We didn't stop. We couldn't. Vincent said we had a 14-minute surface window max. We'd been on foot for 8. Then the sky changed. I don't know how else to describe it. It didn't brighten. Not exactly. It thinned. The clouds peeled back in sections like wet tissue, revealing this bruised yellow light behind them, like a storm cell filled with gaslight. And with it came the noise. A low hum, constant, somewhere between pressure and sound. Kayla doubled over, said it felt like her ears were folding inward. Vincent grabbed her by the collar and pulled her forward, told her not to stop, told us to cover our eyes. I tried, but I looked, just for a second, and I saw movement in the clouds. Not shapes, not solid, just patterns, rhythms, like rotation. A spiral moving so slowly it almost wasn't moving at all. Then it was gone. A pulse. The hum stopped. The sky resealed itself. We ran. I don't remember how we made it the last stretch. My breath was shallow. My hands were burning where they touched the sling frame. Kayla collapsed at the base of the hill. Vincent grabbed her, dragged her up the incline, one foot slipping on melted asphalt. I waved the mirror tarp overhead. Once. Twice. 3 times. No answer. Then, there. A light. Weak at first. Then stronger. Blinking in a pattern. We followed it. They let us in. They pulled the entrance gate from inside, camouflaged with debris and steel plates. A tunnel, steep, angled, air rushing through from below. Cold air. Real cold air. It hit my face, and I almost sobbed. They didn't speak much at first. Just ushered us in, pulled the sled inside, took Melissa to a medical room. The space inside was bigger than I thought. Concrete and steel. Dim red lights overhead. A ceiling fan spinning slowly with no sound. Generators. I heard them humming through the floor. Filtered air. They had power. They had water. And they had people. 13 of them by Kayla's count. Old, young, a couple who looked barely 20, two people in camouflage jackets, an older man who walked with a limp, one woman with oil-stained hands and a welding apron. They looked at us like we were ghosts. I guess we were. We've been down here for 5 hours. It's surreal. There's no music, no background noise, just people whispering, the hum of the lights, the drip of condensation from the overhead ducts. They gave us water, crackers, a sealed protein bar. Real food, dry but solid. Melissa is being monitored now. They said her core temp was dangerously low, hypothermic even. The medic didn't understand it. Said it was like her body stopped trying to regulate. But she's stable. That's all that matters. They have a small radio room. It's more primitive than ours. Shortwave only, no FM band. But functional. They said we could use it for outbound logs. So I am. This voice, this mic, it's still here. This log is still real. We haven't broadcast it yet, but I'm recording because we made it. And I need to say what that means. It means the world isn't dead. Not completely. It means systems can still exist. Power can still flow. Food can still be stored. People can still reach out to strangers and say, "We'll wait for you." It means we weren't wrong to hope. I don't know what happens next. I don't know if the ridge will hold, or if this is just another stop before everything burns. But tonight, I'm not surrounded by sweat and decay. I'm surrounded by breath, by blinking lights, by quiet, steady energy. It's not paradise, but it's life. And right now, that's enough. I'll update again soon. If anyone's listening, if anyone out there made it to their own version of the ridge, know this. You were right to keep going. The world cracked, but it hasn't shattered. Not yet. This is still the frozen world, and tonight, it has a heartbeat. I'm sitting in a room with walls thicker than any safe I've ever seen. The kind of place that was probably built for continuity of government. Cement, steel, no exterior glass. The air's dry, but cool, filtered. They've got 2 backup generators, a wind intake shaft, and a hydro condenser that runs off a buried pipe they drilled down into the old reservoir. In short, they were ready. Or maybe not ready, but close enough to adapt fast. The ridge has been here since before things went public. That's what they told me. It wasn't built after the collapse. It wasn't even built for this. It used to be a weather station. Then it became something else. I've been talking to a woman named Geneva. She's not the leader here. There's no formal leader, but people defer to her when there's silence. Late 40s, tired eyes, wears the same canvas jacket every day. There's a patch on the arm with no label, just a color bar, white, gray, red. She used to work in emergency planning, not the public kind, not city council press briefings or FEMA field teams, the real kind, backroom threat assessments, black site continuity nodes. She said the heat spike wasn't just predicted, it was mapped. Not this exactly, but the parameters, the scenario. She said there were 5 versions of climate failure protocols on the table back in 2026. She helped draft 3. They had names like Cicada Blue, Hyperfield, Quiet Shell. Each one described a different flavor of breakdown: ecological, structural, electromagnetic, and thermal. She said the one closest to what we're living through now was a hybrid model, not expected for another 50 years. They called it glassed Earth, not because of nukes, because of what happened to sand in extreme thermal shock. She said they ran the simulation a dozen times. In every version, the failure wasn't the heat. It was communication loss. She looked at me and said, "If people had stayed connected, we might have kept civilization." Then she turned away. I haven't stopped thinking about that. Kayla's recovering. Her feet are bandaged from the walk. First-degree burns on her left shin from tarp reflection. But she's awake, talking. She asked me if we're staying. I didn't know how to answer. Vincent's helping in the machine room, rewiring an old battery array they salvaged from a telecom truck last month. He doesn't talk about the outside anymore. Doesn't say much at all, unless it's about systems. He sleeps sitting up against the wall, like he's afraid if he lies down, he won't get back up. Melissa's conscious. Weak, but conscious. She looked at me for a long time without speaking, then whispered, "Did it all melt?" I told her no. I told her some of it made it underground. That was the first time I've seen her smile. I've spent the last 2 hours reading the Ridge's archive logs. They have records, radio captures, satellite notes, intercepted emergency briefings from the early days. One stuck out. It was a transmission from a now silent station in Nebraska, dated 15 days before full collapse. The message was scrambled but clear. The upper atmosphere is reflecting microwave radiation back into the magnetosphere. It's acting like a lens. Temperatures will spike exponentially over 40 days. Repeat, exponential. Prepare for absorption cascade. Ice cores are destabilizing. Do not assume time. Do not assume normal. No official response was ever recorded. Geneva said the people who sent that message are probably dead. But they weren't wrong. She showed me a satellite image. One of the last. A thermal map of the planet 72 hours before the grid fell. Red. Not just in the equator belt, but in rings. Concentric heat blooming out from the poles. A reversal. The heat wasn't spreading outward. It was moving inward. Inverted. She said the Earth's heartbeat flipped. I asked her what happens next. She said, "We adapt, or we go extinct." And then she turned back to the wiring diagram she was sketching. There's a child here. Her name is June. She's maybe 7, always barefoot. Draws on the wall with a chunk of black wax. Today, she drew a sun. Not the old sun, a new one, with lines that bend inward. She said it watches now. I asked her what that meant. She shrugged. Kids see things we miss. Kayla gave her a pen from the old bunker. It barely works. June smiled anyway. Geneva's team runs shortwave outreach every night. They send a single message. It says, "This is the Ridge. We are alive. If you are alive too, respond on band E3. We will wait. You are not alone." Sometimes they get replies, usually static. Once, a fragment from someone in Tijuana. Another from someone in Iceland. Impossible range, but it came through, once. They've been logging everyone. We added our names to the log today. It felt strange, like carving your initials into the wall of something older than you. I miss the air, not the heat, not the death-choked atmosphere out there. The idea of it. The idea that you could breathe without filters. That the world used to be open. That people didn't have to hide to survive. Tonight, for the first time in days, I feel something I don't know how to name. Not hope. Not exactly. But the beginning of it. A shape forming behind the numbness. Maybe we're still a signal. Maybe this broadcast still means something. If you're hearing this, if you found shelter, if you're hiding in a tunnel or buried in a storage locker or lying on a roof waiting for the light to change, I need you to write this down. You are not the last. You are not forgotten. We are building something again. Slowly, quietly, inside the frozen world. And it still has a pulse. It's 1:39 a.m. I'm speaking from inside the Ridge's broadcast room. It's not much. A fold-out table, cracked leather chair, and a repurposed field comm unit wired through a signal booster Vincent soldered back to life. But the mic works, the radio works, and my voice, after everything, still works. So I'm back. I'm here. We've decided to restart outbound transmissions. 1 broadcast per night. Low wattage, high priority. Range estimated at 20 to 30 miles on AM. If the sky cooperates, maybe farther. Geneva gave her approval, but she warned us. We're not alone on the band anymore. Something else is transmitting. We've been picking up irregular patterns, non-human pings on secondary frequencies, not random, not weather. Repeating, we're calling them ghost ladders, because they sound like someone climbing through static. 1 step, then silence. Another, then silence. No metadata, no ID tags. They're not ours. But we're not stopping. Tonight is the first official transmission out of the Ridge. I'm calling it Signal Restoration 1. This signal is meant to say what we all stopped saying out loud. We are still alive. And we are listening. We're operating under a new call sign now, Echo 7. This is ECHO 7, Ridge Station. Relay point for all frequencies still functioning within the continental zone. Broadcast operating on 101.3 AM and sweep scanning 645 through 720 on the longwave band. Signal times will vary, but will transmit daily, every time the Earth allows. Today, we received our first contact from someone we thought was lost. A man named Ellis, from Chicago. Yes, Chicago. We thought it was gone. The last word we had from the city was a distress broadcast 6 weeks ago. Half a minute of garbled voice screaming something about fire on the lakeshore. Then silence. But today, this morning actually, we got a weak return ping on a reflection bounce from the old municipal police frequency. It came through our listening station in corridor B7. Kayla was the one who caught it. She cleaned it up, filtered it through 5 layers of static, and under it all, a voice said, "This is Ellis, North End, subfloor, Lake Tunnel 14. Still here. Food left, water low. Sun doesn't touch down here. If anyone hears me, I'm still here." We don't know how. We don't know why. But he's alive. Chicago is not gone. I think I sat with that thought for a whole hour, just letting it exist in my head. Because when the silence stretches this long, when the world screams itself quiet, you start to think the map is just a graveyard. Dots turned into memories, cities into ash. But now we know. There's a man, sitting underground, surrounded by darkness, probably half-starved, half losing his mind, and he had the strength to press the transmit button. That means something. We sent back a reply ping, slow burst, directed beam, told him we heard him, told him we'll keep listening, and I want to say this now, for the record. Ellis, if you hear this, I want you to know you saved something in us. In me. You reminded us that the dead city still breathes. We've started building the wall again. Not a literal wall, a signal wall. A chart of every confirmed living contact we've received since the heat began. It's up in Corridor C, near the vent shaft. Names, locations, timestamps. I walked past it tonight. I saw Geneva standing in front of it. She wasn't moving, just staring, like she was counting. She told me she used to believe survival would feel like a cold math problem. Rations, filtration systems, body counts. But now she knows it feels like paper, like names taped to a wall. Kayla asked if she could draw on the wall. No one told her no. She drew lines between the names, arcs, constellations. She said, "This way we can see who's holding who." I want to believe she's right, that there's still a shape to this, still some kind of map leading us back to each other. I don't know what happens next. The heat hasn't let up. The sun hasn't returned in any recognizable way. We get light, but not warmth. We get sky, but not weather. The earth feels paused, like it's waiting for us to decide if we're worth continuing. But tonight, I feel something I haven't felt since this began. Not comfort, not safety, but defiance. The kind that lets you raise your voice in the dark and say, "I am not done. We're not done." To anyone out there, if you're hiding, if you're waiting, if you've stopped talking because you think no one is left to listen, try again. Say your name. Say where you are. Say anything. We'll hear it. This is Echo 7, Ridge Station, broadcasting live from what's left of the world. The heat may have taken the air, the sky, the surface, but it hasn't taken the signal. Not yet. We'll be back tomorrow. Same time. Same band. Stay covered. Stay cool. Stay human. This is still the frozen world, and it still remembers your name. Still alive? We received a long-wave signal tonight. Origin, unknown, but triangulation puts it somewhere south, very far south. Kayla thinks it came from the Gulf. That's impossible. The last satellite pass showed the entire coastline submerged in heat haze. Water temperature approaching 110 degrees. Coral flash-boiled. Cargo ships stuck in liquefied steel. The Houston transmitter grid melted off the map. And yet, the signal came. Frequency 6.77. Amplitude modulated, fading in and out like someone was walking in and out of a dream. The voice? Male. Steady. Older. Measured. This is what he said. Testing relay for remaining stations. This is the Ark. We are seaborne, mobile, on the move, limited capacity. Not safe to dock, not safe to anchor. Listening. Logging. Respond on 6.77. Then nothing. Vincent rerouted power from the hydrocoil to boost our outbound reply. We bounced a response 3 times over the next hour. No reply yet. But it's real. They're calling themselves the Ark. We don't know if that's a code, a ship name, a group name, or just poetry. But it changes everything. Because it means the ocean still holds life. And that someone out there figured out how to stay above it all. Geneva's not convinced. She thinks it could be a ghost signal, one of the automated distress loops left running in some naval archive. But I heard it. It was too human to be a loop. He paused between words. That doesn't happen in code. There's something about a voice like that. Slow. Deliberate. Not panicked. Like someone who's already seen everything fall and decided to keep talking anyway. Vincent's been quieter than usual since we picked it up. He's writing something down in a notebook he keeps in his pocket. Won't let anyone read it. Kayla asked him if he thought it was a trap. He said, even if it is, we still answer. And then he went back to soldering a relay booster. I saw something tonight I can't stop thinking about. I was in Corridor D, just past the generator room, walking to check the filter readouts. And on the floor, near the wall, someone had written something in charcoal. 5 words, "The heat will come again." I asked around. No one admitted to writing it. But I think everyone's seen it. No one wants to say it out loud, but we all feel it. This isn't over. We're in a pocket. A pause. A brief shelter in the eye of a second storm. Geneva confirmed what we feared. She called a meeting. First one since we arrived. She said the models show thermal bands are tightening. We're not getting cooler. The system is resetting, compressing. The atmosphere's stacking heat like a pressure cooker. She said there's a term for this. One they used in classified climate simulations. Heat walls. Not singular. Plural. The first wave is never the end. It's the destabilizer. The test. It's the one that breaks systems. The second wave is the one that breaks people. She thinks we have days, not weeks. Days. Before a second surge rips through the continent, stronger, faster, and less forgiving. She said if the ridge is going to survive, it has to become a node, not just a shelter, a hub. We need to find more people, more contacts, build a network, map what's left, and fast. That's why we're broadcasting tonight. Not just to talk. To connect, to locate, to hold together what's left of this shredded country before the next wave tears it further apart. We've marked the contact from the arc on the board. Location, unknown. Status, seaborne. Call sign, the arc. Response level, yellow. We've sent out 5 more hails. 2 to stations in Canada. 1 to an old NOAA buoy network. 1 to what's left of a ham radio chain in the Rockies. And 1, blindly, to Greenland. We don't know who will answer, but silence is a choice we're not making. Geneva pulled me aside after the meeting. She said she remembers hearing my voice before I got here. She said, "You didn't sound scared. You sounded like someone who was already dead, trying to stay useful." I didn't know what to say. Then she added, "That's exactly the voice we need right now." I've been thinking about that ever since. About what it means to talk like you've already died. Maybe it just means you're not afraid to lose what's left. Or maybe it means you've finally figured out what matters enough to say. Kayla wrote another note on the wall of names tonight. A single line under all the cities, all the survivors. Speak even when you don't know who's listening. That's the signal now. That's the message. Speak, because silence is extinction. This is ECH07. We are alive. We are listening. If you're out there, if you're hiding beneath salt mines, or drifting near the coast, or buried in a freezer truck turned into a shelter, find a way to speak. We'll find a way to hear you. Stay underground. Stay connected. The sky hasn't changed, but neither have we, and we still speak human. We heard from Ellis again. Chicago is still there. Barely, His message came through an hour ago. Stronger this time. Like he found a better place to transmit. No voice this time. Just a slow tone burst, followed by a low whisper. 10 words. They're burning the surface. Controlled collapse. All exits sealed. Vincent was the first to react. He dropped his toolkit and said, "They're torching zones." Geneva didn't argue. She just walked to the map board and moved Chicago from unknown yellow to contested red. That was the first time we've had to use that category. Contested. Not dead. Not safe. Somewhere in between. She said it's a term from old continuity plans. It means the region is active, but no longer under civil control. Could be rogue military, private security, or localized collapse. But Ellis is still alive, which means whoever's sealing the exits hasn't found him yet. We sent a reply, gave him a sequence of tunnel navigation codes, standard back in the old subway network days. Geneva thinks there might still be an emergency crawlway that leads east under the river. We told him to follow the pipes. Told him we'll boost signal strength between 2 and 4 a.m. each night. Told him not to stop transmitting. Even if it's only static. Even if it's only his heartbeat. Transmit. That's all that matters. And then, just as we were logging that, we got a second transmission. From the Ark, same voice. Clearer this time. This is what he said. "This is the Ark. Repeat. Mobile base is active. Lat 27.76. Long negative 91.58. Southeast drift. 5 knots. No coastal contact. No approach advised. Resources finite. Survivors confirmed in Sector Delta 7. 182 days remaining on life support systems. We are alive, but we will not last. Listening." We ran the coordinates. Gulf of Mexico, just south of Louisiana, near the decommissioned deep-sea oil rigs. Vincent looked up from the chart and said, "They're on a platform. A floating one. Maybe a former drilling barge, or a retrofitted Navy vessel. Whatever it is, it's not docked, and it's not coming ashore." Geneva leaned over and whispered, "They're trying to stay above the heat wall." Then she marked the spot in blue. Blue is new. Blue means mobile. Blue means unstable. It means the map's not static anymore. It's not enough to know where people are. Now we have to track where they're going. That changes everything. If survivors are moving, drifting even, then the world isn't just fractured. It's liquid. It's flowing. We have to adapt. The Ridges Council called an emergency session. They voted to extend the radius. We're going to open access to refugees again. 3-mile perimeter. Only during the safe hours, between 3 and 5 a.m., we'll leave a beacon active on 101.3 for that window. A simple loop. Ridge open. 3 miles. Bring light. Knock twice. Then we wait. Vincent's reinforcing the stairwell gates. Welding steel beams to the outer walls. Geneva's requisitioning all remaining water filters. We're expecting 10, maybe 20, maybe none. But we're preparing anyway, because this is what you do when you remember what it means to be human. You make space, even when there isn't any left. Melissa's awake again. She listened to Ellis's transmission, sat quietly on the cot, eyes half closed. Then she said, "He shouldn't be alone in the dark." Kayla brought her a cup of broth. Melissa whispered, "Are we the signal now?" I told her yes. We are. We're the signal. And the only thing stronger than heat is a voice that won't stop. A voice that keeps echoing across broken skies and cracked towers. A voice that says over and over, "You're not alone. You're not forgotten. You are still here." To Ellis, if you're hearing this, we've marked your signal. We've mapped your location. And we're not giving up on you. To the Ark, keep drifting. Keep transmitting. You are proof that water still carries memory, that heat hasn't boiled the world clean. And to anyone else, anyone holding a battery, a transmitter, a scrap of copper, and a prayer, speak. We'll find you. This is ECHO 7. Still here. Still human. Still broadcasting from the frozen world. We opened the hatch tonight. They came. 6 of them. They didn't knock twice. They collapsed. We found them just outside the perimeter, on the ridge path, 200 yards from the blast doors. They were lying face down in the dust, skin cracked, eyes swollen shut, clothes melted to their backs. They had no gear, no water, no shade. Just a single canvas duffel bag duct-taped shut. Inside, a broken radio, a rusted revolver with no bullets, and a black and white photo of a church. The man in front, mid-30s, shaved head, burns on both arms. He was still conscious. He said, "We came from outside Silo Bend. We saw the light, thought it was heaven." Then he passed out. Kayla hasn't said a word since. Geneva's in triage with 2 others. Vincent's rerouting airflow to the lower corridor to slow the rise in humidity. One of the 6 died before we could get him inside. We wrapped him in foil and stored the body near the empty water tank in Corridor F. No one said his name. We don't know if he had one. The survivors, those still able to speak, told us something we can't ignore. They said the towns are burning at night. Ghost towns. Empty ones. Lit up like someone's trying to erase the past. They said they passed 3 separate locations, places that were abandoned for weeks. Every one of them was burning. Controlled, even. Not wildfires. Not accidents. Someone's burning the dead. Or maybe not just the dead. They called them cleansings. One of the survivors, an older woman with a gash across her cheek, said she heard speakers. Automated ones. Repeating the same phrase every 2 minutes. Zone compromised. Termination authorized. Rebirth in heat. We don't know who's behind it. Could be rogue military. Could be some new authority we haven't made contact with. Could be madness. But one thing's clear. Someone out there is finishing what the sun started. Vincent believes the second heat wall is forcing someone's hand. That whoever is trying to contain this thinks fire is cleaner than collapse. And maybe it is. But it's not survival. And it's not human. We marked the location on the map. Silo Bend to South Kessler. 3 burn zones. Red arc, no safe passage. The man who brought them here, the one with the burns, he woke up again. Just for a second. Said, "Don't go west." Not anymore. They're wiping the silence. That was the last thing he said before they put him under. Wiping the silence. What does that mean? We don't know. But the ridge is tense. Kayla asked me, straight out, if we're next. If someone's going to find us and try to clean us too. I didn't answer, because I don't know. But I walked back through the eastern hallway after she asked. Past the water room, past the generator hum, down to Corridor H, where the old, locked door is. The one Geneva told us not to open. And it was open. cracked just slightly, enough to see light. I pushed it open. Inside, a room I hadn't seen before, cooled, sealed, soundproof. And in the middle of the room, standing upright, was a rack of old servers, still running, lights blinking, and a screen with one line of text: last connection. Government main relay Alpha 3 terminated. Geneva was already there. She didn't try to stop me from seeing. She said, "This is where the ridge began." I asked her what she meant. She said this was part of an old data node, civilian-facing. It used to hold evacuation routes, civil defense messages, medical deployment protocols. But now it holds something else. A recording. One that was intercepted 2 days before the first heat surge. She played it for me. It was a voice, robotic, clean, reading off a directive. Initiate Protocol Eden. Abandon surface infrastructure. Secure underground nodes. Delete non-essential data. Begin atmospheric modulation. Atmospheric modulation. That's what it said. I asked her if that meant this was on purpose. She didn't answer. She just looked at the screen and said, "We're not supposed to be up there anymore." Then she walked out. I haven't told the others. Not yet. Because if it's true, if someone knew the Earth was going to flip like this and decided to force it through, then the fires aren't just desperation. They're policy. The surface isn't dying. It's being erased. But I'm still here. And so are you. So are the names on the wall. So is Ellis. So is the Ark. So is anyone still holding a frayed antenna and a heartbeat. We are still here. And no one's erasing us. Not while the signal holds. This is ECH07. We've opened the door. We've seen the fire, and we are not running. To everyone listening, stay underground. Stay moving. Stay human. And remember, they may burn the silence, but they can't burn the voice. Not all of it. Not yet. Time, 3:46 a.m. We're losing outbound clarity. Not completely, not yet, but something is interfering with the transmitter. Kayla first noticed it 2 nights ago. She said the signal sounded tight, like it was being bent or pulled. Vincent ran diagnostics, checked the wiring, recalibrated the coils, even rebuilt the antenna base in the eastern corridor. Still the same. Every time we transmit for longer than 90 seconds, the tail end of the signal gets clipped. Fuzzy. Not natural static. Not weather. Something more intentional. Geneva thinks it could be atmospheric density, heat swell causing bounce distortion. But Vincent doesn't buy it. He thinks it's jamming. We don't have proof. But after what the new arrivals told us, no one's sleeping easy. The man with the burns, his name is Curtis, we found out. He woke again last night. Fevered. Eyes flickering like he was watching something behind his eyelids. He grabbed Geneva's hand and whispered, "They're building signal mirrors. Big ones. Up high. So the heat can talk." Then he passed out again. We checked the old military logs. Mirrors exist, not actual glass ones, plasma mirrors, atmospheric devices, capable of bouncing certain frequencies across the upper layers of sky. If you built them big enough, in enough places, and fed them just the right kind of current, they could reflect or scatter heat itself. Redirect energy, like an oven dome. If that's what this is, if someone's redirecting the sun or what's left of it, then this heat isn't just a natural disaster. It's a shaping force. And the ridge is in its path. We heard from the Ark again. They confirmed the second heat wall. They called it Phase Arc 2. Said the ocean temperature has risen 2 degrees in less than 10 days. That the air above their platform burned skin in under 3 minutes. That storms are no longer rotating. They're convulsing. The voice from the Ark didn't sound scared. It sounded resolved. Said, "We will not make it to September." And then, quietly, "Don't chase us. You won't survive the drift." We logged it, stamped the tape, marked the calendar. And then Kayla drew another line on the wall. This one was curved. Not a connection, but a wave. A warning. We don't know what happens when the second heat wall arrives. No one here's saying it out loud, but we all feel it. It's coming soon. The girl who arrived 2 nights ago, maybe 6 or 7 years old, no name given. She's been drawing. Not walls. Not suns. Not people. Maps. Hand-drawn maps. Circles and lines. Not childlike. Precise. She doesn't speak much. Just hums. Today she brought one of the maps to Geneva. Geneva laid it on the table. None of us recognized the place. But Vincent did. He stared at it for a long time. Then said, "That's pre-grid. Old rail town. Got erased from satellite records back in the 30s. We looked it up in the Ridge Archive. Found it. A place called Arno, Nevada. Population 0. Erased after a mining collapse. No recent record. No signal. No broadcasts. Just gone. But the girl drew it like she'd been there yesterday. She even marked buildings. The railhead. A well. A church. How? No one knows. But she's drawn 5 more maps since. All different towns. None of them on any current chart. We're calling them ghost maps. Geneva thinks the child might be remembering things from her parents. Echoes. But I don't know. Something about the way she draws. It feels deliberate. Like a message, waiting to be read. And if these towns are real and not lost, then maybe someone is hiding there, or being kept there. We're going to scan the old records, match coordinates, plot them all. If we find a pattern, we'll send scouts. Yes, scouts. For the first time since we arrived, Geneva is talking about going out again. Not all of us, just a pair. She asked me if I'd go. I said yes, not because I want to, but because I have to see the world with my own eyes again. Even if it kills me, we need to know what's left. And we need to know who's burning the silence. Outbound beacon will still run, every night. Same message. We are here. We are alive. We are still listening. If you're near Arno, or what used to be Arno, or any of the ghost towns, speak, even if no one remembers you, even if no map shows your name. Speak, we'll try to reach you. This is ECH07. Our signal's breaking, but we're not. Not yet. Stay covered. Stay sharp. They're bending the heat now. We need to bend the voice harder. 4:22 a.m. 2 people are leaving tomorrow. First time since the hatch closed. Geneva signed off on it personally. A recon team. Small. Mobile. Daylight capable. Out and back in under 36 hours. I'm one of them. Vincent volunteered to be the other. He said he wants to see something before it's all gone. We're heading east-northeast toward the mountains. The plan is to trace one of the ghost map locations, Site 3. It doesn't have a name, just coordinates. But Vincent recognized it. Not the coordinates, those he had to look up. The layout, the lines. He said, "I remember that pattern. From a book I read when I was a kid. Military records. Not public." We sat in the machine room, just the two of us, while he told the story. Said his father used to work base security. Not police. Something deeper. Cleanup. Compartmentalization. He remembered overhearing conversations about buried Axis sites, places that had been stripped from public record, not nuked, not abandoned, hidden, on purpose. He said there were dozens of them across the US, none of them on any modern satellite index. But this one, Site 3, used to be called Arno East. It was a replication facility. Power, food, logistics, radio. A ghost infrastructure node. Designed to go live in the event of a global communications failure. I asked him how he knew that. He said, "My father disappeared there in 2033. No one spoke for a while after that. He looked at me like he was already gone. And maybe he is. We've packed what we can. Water rations, solar netting, a hand-cranked relay beacon, no firearms. Geneva said if someone's out there, they need to see us as voices, not weapons. We leave at 5 a.m. Kayla's not happy. She said I shouldn't go. Said my voice matters more here. I told her I'd come back with new names to add to the wall. She didn't answer, just handed me a piece of paper. Folded. Plain. Inside, a single line. If you die, you better haunt us. I laughed. Then I cried. And I didn't know which one was more honest. Before I wrap this up, there's one more thing. Something happened tonight. Right before we started the transmitter. A beacon. An automated one. Faint. Garbled. But steady. Repeating every 20 seconds. Vincent caught it first, tuned into the long band while calibrating the backup antenna. A single voice, synthesized, from somewhere near Seattle, the city we wrote off a month ago. The beacon said, "This is Unit 11B, loop active, civilian shelter open, supplies minimal, guidance offline, coordinates 47.60, negative 122.33. Do not approach without authorization. Do not bring fire. Do not bring fire." It repeated 6 times. Then the loop reset. We verified the coordinates. It's inside Seattle's old transit core, under the Federal Center. If this is real, there's still a node alive inside a city we thought was lost to flame. But who's running the beacon? And who are they warning? No fire. That implies someone tried. That implies someone burned them once before. We don't know if it's a trap or a cry for help. Geneva says we don't have the resources to go that far west, not yet, but we've logged it, marked it on the map in orange. Orange means unsure. Vincent thinks it might be connected to the atmospheric modulation systems. That maybe Seattle was part of the grid itself? I don't know. But we'll know more soon. Tomorrow, we walk. Vincent and I. Back into the heat, the silence, the ash. Back into the edge of what used to be. If we make it back, I'll tell you everything. Every detail. Every voice. Every ghost. But if we don't, if this is the last message you ever hear from me, let it carry one thing. We are not done. Not even close. You are not alone. You are not erased. This is ECH07. Still speaking. Still breathing. Still burning brighter than their fire. We're outside. We left Ridge Station 12 hours ago. The hatch sealed behind us with a sound I'll never forget, like a coffin snapping shut on something that might not come back. Me, or Vincent, or both. The heat was immediate, not like before. Worse. There's no air movement now. The atmosphere doesn't shift. It hangs, thick, dead, like walking through clear smoke. The surface temperature rose to 113 degrees by noon. No clouds, no birds, no sound. Just the long, vibrating hum of power lines that don't carry power anymore. Vincent said the heat was pressurized. Said it wasn't just hot. It was structured. Like someone had shaped the pressure zones like bowls, dipping in and out. I didn't understand. Then we climbed the ridge. And I saw it. The sky itself bent. Not curved like Earth's horizon, but twisted like a heat mirage you could walk into and never come out. We walked through that, straight into it. No choice. Our path followed the ghost map, what Kayla labeled Site 3. Took us across dried-out riverbeds, old forest trails that crumbled to ash underfoot, and the skeletal remains of a comms tower lying on its side like a dead insect. At one point, Vincent stopped and pulled out a strip of plastic, held it in the air. It curled instantly, melted halfway through before he dropped it. Said, "The sun's not sunlight anymore. It's memory, and it's angry." We didn't speak after that. Not until the town appeared. Site 3. We reached it just before sunset, or what passes for sunset now. The light doesn't fade. It just stops shining on things. We found the town. 4 buildings. A church. A post office. A diner. And something that might have been a school. All of it intact. Not burned. Not rotted. Preserved. Like something was holding the decay back. We stepped through the diner first. No dust, no insects. A table still had 2 empty cups and a sugar shaker, but no people. Then we heard it. A hum, very faint. Coming from under the church. Vincent found the hatch behind the altar, half buried under what looked like gravel, but turned out to be synthetic. We opened it. Steps led down. And at the bottom, a room. Literature dim, flickering light, like a backup generator on its last breath. In the middle, a chair. Someone was sitting in it, not moving. We approached. Vincent kept one hand on his pocket blade. I raised the light. It was a man, late 60s, bald, wearing a torn medical gown. His eyes were open, but they didn't blink. Then he spoke. Just one word. Loop. We stepped back. He didn't move, didn't speak again. We checked his pulse. Faint, but present. Then I noticed the screen behind him. It was showing a waveform, a signal, repeating every 18 seconds. Just like the beacon from Seattle. The man was the transmitter. Or maybe the loop was using him. Vincent looked at me and said, "We have to get this out." So I'm recording. Sending this back to the ridge if we can boost through the static. The ghost town isn't empty. It's preserved, held, maintained by something or someone. And they're running loops. Like Seattle. Like whatever's coming next. We don't know who did this, or why, but there are names etched into the walls down here. Dozens, hundreds, written in small print, most of them crossed out. but 3 aren't. I saw mine. I saw Vincent's. And I saw Ellis. We're going to try and copy the signal. If we can trace the loop's origin, maybe we'll understand what's coordinating all this. If we can't, we'll destroy it. Because this is not a town. It's a lab, and someone's still collecting data. If we don't come back, if this transmission is the last thing you hear from us, don't look for us here. Don't trust preserved places. Don't trust the quiet, because the silence is not silence. It's storage, and someone is still listening. We'll try to reach the ridge by morning, if we're still alive. This is ECHO7. Recon team, somewhere near Site 3. Still human, still burning, still watching the sky try to remember what it used to be. We left the ghost town at first light. Vincent copied the loop signal to tape, an old reel-to-reel we found wired into the wall behind the false altar. The man in the chair never moved, still breathing, still muttering. When we climbed out of the hatch, the temperature had dropped. Only by a few degrees, but enough to feel it. The air wasn't still anymore. It vibrated. We began the hike back across the dry ridgeline, following the same path, same markers. Then we heard it, a soft whine, not mechanical, not natural, like pressure slipping through an old airlock. Vincent turned and scanned the sky. That's when we saw it. Above the ridge, a glint, a slow-moving shape. Low, no wings, no rotors. It didn't fly. It floated. Round, silent, drifting just above the thermals. Reflective, like it was designed to mirror the sky itself. It was watching us. No lights, no movement, but tracking us. Vincent whispered, "It's not military." I asked him how he knew. He said, "Because we would have been dead already." We ducked behind a burned tree husk and watched it pass. It didn't scan, didn't pulse, just drifted. Then it stopped, midair, directly above the trail we'd walked. We didn't wait to find out what came next. We dropped into the southern draw, rerouted along the dry spillway, and moved fast. 2 hours of straight descent, no stops, no water. When we emerged, exhausted, shaking, dehydrated, the drone was gone. But there were footprints, not ours. Fresh ones, deep, staggered, like someone had been walking in a daze. We didn't follow, just marked them and moved. We reached the outer perimeter of the ridge by 10:31 a.m. Kayla was waiting at the hatch. She didn't smile, just helped us inside and sealed the bulkhead behind us. Said, "Something's happening. You need to hear this." We followed her into the comms room. Geneva was standing in front of the receiver array, pale. On the console, a line of data was scrolling, fast, unstable, like a broken download loop. The screen said, "Relay north, primary node, message follows." Then, begin sequence. Then, error. And then a burst of characters. Nonsense. At first. Then Kayla ran a parse against old UN encoding protocols. Language filter kicked in. And out came this. "They are mirroring memory. Your thoughts are not private. They are listening before you speak. Bury the radios. Revert to metal. Fire will betray location. Repeat. Relay north is falling. Do not trust reflections." No sender ID. No signature. No origin point traceable. But the system recognized the format. It matches the Ark's original message structure. That means someone else, possibly part of the same pre-collapse network, is out there, dying, or already gone, and still trying to warn us. Vincent's face was gray. He said, mirroring memory. That's what the man in the chair at Site 3 was doing. Not broadcasting thoughts, replaying them. We don't know what Relay North was, but it knew about the mirrors. The ones Curtis mentioned. The ones folding heat, bending signals, maybe even watching people. Kayla started disconnecting everything not on hardened cable. Said, "If it's inside the radio bands, we're done." Geneva didn't argue, just ordered a signal silence. First one since day one. Until we can ground our antennas and rebuild shielding, we're not transmitting outbound. Not unless it's emergency. I'm breaking that order by recording this. But this needs to be said. To you. To whoever's still listening. We went outside. We found a man who's not dead, but no longer himself. We found names written before we arrived. We found signals that think before you do. And now we've brought something back. I don't know if it followed us. I don't know if it needs to follow. Because maybe it was always here. Maybe it just needed us to notice. Maybe we're the mirrors now. This is ECH07. I'll send this when the signal's clean. And if you hear it, if you're still out there, write your name somewhere it won't echo. Because they are collecting sound, and soon they'll collect us too. The lights are flickering again. At first, we thought it was power draw, maybe too many backup systems running at once. Then Geneva shut off everything non-essential. Still flickering. It's not random. The pattern is wrong. It pulses. 3 short, 2 long, 1 long, then it stops. Then it starts again. We checked for electromagnetic bleed. No readings. Vincent ran diagnostics on the capacitors. All green. But the lights keep doing it. Same rhythm. 3, 2, 1. Kayla noticed something first. Said, "It's not a fault. It's a key." We didn't understand what she meant. Then she pointed to the girl. The one from the burned caravan. She's been quiet since the night they arrived. Hasn't spoken. But she hums. Over and over. The same melody. Until tonight, we thought it was just a child trying to soothe herself. Now we're not sure. Because the rhythm she hums matches the light pulses. 3 short, 2 long, 1 long. Geneva pulled out the Relay North packet again. Ran it through an old DoD compression tool. There, buried in the garbage string at the tail of the message. A waveform. We played it. The hum matched. Exactly. The girl has never heard the Relay North signal. Not unless it's inside her. Not unless it was always there. We don't know her name. She won't say it. But she drew another map today. Didn't give it to anyone. Just taped it to the inside wall of Corridor F. When we found it, Vincent stared for 10 minutes without speaking. Then he said, "That's not a town. That's the dam." He was right. The coordinates traced to Hoover Dam, or what's left of it. But the way she drew it, it's intact. Alive. She even wrote something across the top in block letters. They plugged the sun here. We don't know what that means. But the dam was a massive energy node. And if anyone was trying to mirror heat, or rewire light, or control atmospheric pressure, it would have started there. Geneva thinks the girl is tuned, not psychic, not supernatural. Just linked, hardwired into whatever system came before the fall. Kayla asked her, gently, "Where did you hear the humming?" The girl stared at her for a long time, then whispered, "I didn't hear it. I forgot it." That's when the lights stopped flickering. Just stopped. Full power, clean feed. We checked the meters. Nothing changed, except the hum was gone. Like it had passed through, or finished doing what it needed. We haven't told the others. Only a few of us know. Geneva wants to run cognition scans on the girl, but Kayla won't let her. Says she's not a test. Says she's a warning. I believe her. But that's not the only voice we heard tonight. Ellis came back. Signal was faint, choppy. Vincent picked it up around 1:40 a.m., deep band skip on 42.35 megahertz. The voice barely came through. But it was him, Ellis. He's alive, still underground. But he's moved. We traced the transmission to somewhere near Lake Michigan, under it. We're not sure how. But the signal scatter puts him just below the eastern shelf, probably in the old aquifer tunnels. That's 100 feet down. He said, "Still breathing, found water, not alone. The lake is warm, too warm. Something is moving in it." Then static. No return since. But he made it. We don't know how. But he did. And his last words. Something is moving. Not someone. Something. It's been 71 days since the first burn wave. Every system should be dead by now. But they're not. They're changing. And maybe we are too. This is ECH07. Still here. Still listening. Still watching the dark try to remember what light used to mean. If you're near the lake, or the dam, or anything that hums when no one's near it, don't run, don't hide. Just write your name on the wall, so we know you existed, even if they forget. A new voice came through tonight. Not the Ark, not Ellis. This was shorter, colder, almost automatic. Came in at 3:12 a.m. on the long-wave backup, low gain, high-frequency skip bouncing across half a continent. Vincent ran it through the filter 4 times before we could make anything out. All it said was, "Unit breached, personnel 04 unresponsive, Omega exit compromised, dam integrity unknown, containment no longer viable. Repeating, do not restore light, do not restore light, do not." And then it cut. Just like that. But we got the source. Somewhere near Hoover Dam, maybe inside it. Geneva checked the timestamp against the girl's latest drawing. She'd sketched the dam again this morning, before the message. Only this time she drew a crack in the center. Big. Splitting the base. And in red marker, she circled it. Red circles. That's new. After the message came in, she walked straight to the wall in Corridor B, where we write names, and started drawing red circles again. Over some of the names. Not all. Just some. Some of them are survivors we know. People who are still here. Still alive. But others are names we haven't spoken aloud in weeks. People who died early. Geneva asked her, "What does the red mean?" She didn't answer. She just drew 3 more. Then she turned to Vincent, looked him in the eye, and said, "You don't have a circle. Yet." She walked away after that. Didn't speak again. Kayla found her curled up near the emergency generator, humming softly. Same rhythm. 3 short, 2 long, 1 long. Vincent hasn't spoken since. Just keeps looking at the name wall. Watching. Waiting. I don't think he's afraid. I think he's preparing. The air's getting heavier. Not hotter, heavier. We feel it in the hallways. The way it hangs behind your ears. How you have to take longer to breathe. We checked CO2 levels. They're unchanged. Oxygen's still above safe minimum. But something's wrong. Geneva thinks the outer shell is losing insulation. That heat is crawling in through the rock, atom by atom. But I think it's more than that. I think the air is remembering. Like the sky did. Like the heat. Like the hum. There's a pressure now that feels like a thought you can't finish. A weight behind your ribs that says, don't speak too loud. Don't think too far ahead. Kayla started wearing a mask again. She says it's just a precaution. But I saw her shaking when she put it on. We've stopped running full lights in the corridors. Low beams only. Just enough to see. Because of what the message said. Do not restore light. What happens if we do? What happens if someone wants it dark? The ridge was designed for a low-power operation. But even now, we're using more than we should. We're draining the backup cells faster than Geneva expected. And the hum is back. In the walls this time. Not electrical. Resonant. Software deep. Like breath. I've tried to trace it. No source. It just is. Like the hum came with the heat. And now it's inside us. I asked Kayla what she thinks the circles mean. She said, they're not death marks. They're resonance marks. I asked what that meant. She said, they're who the world is remembering. Not the world before. The one after. The one we're walking into now. We can't stop it. Not anymore. But we can record it. We can write down every sound, every circle, every name. We can remember ourselves before whatever's next. The girl started drawing again just before this recording. This time, not a place, not a name, a mirror. And inside it, she drew a room that looks exactly like Ridge Station, except it's upside down. This is ECH07. Still here, still trying to breathe, still hoping the walls hold one more night. If you hear me, if you feel the air press in and the lights start to hum, don't run, don't panic, just remember who you are. Because the world is choosing now, who it keeps and who it forgets.